Hello everyone, my name is Jordan. We're here live from Manchester Central at the Co-op AGM. We've got a massively packed day for you, so just stick around on the YouTube live stream here and we're going to give you all of the action. Before we go into the main room a little bit later on, in the next sort of 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to give you a whiz around the Co-op Way market here and introduce you to some cooperators to find out what they've been doing this year and what they're looking forward to at this AGM. Now before we do that, if you are joining us on the live stream today, make sure you're logged into your YouTube account, because then you can comment along on the live feed, and at the Q&A sections, if you've got a question for the room, we'll make sure that it gets read out there. We're going to have Christian from the Cooperative Young Members Board reading out your questions. Also, if you're joining us on Twitter or Facebook, make sure you're hashtagging Coop AGM and we'll pick up your questions there and do our best to get you an answer. So without further ado, let's go find some people.
Thank you. Hi guys, we're here at the Co-op AGM at the Co-op Young Members Board stand. My name is Adam King, and we're just going to be walking around gauging the atmosphere in terms of how everything is this morning. We're going to have a look at a number of different stands. So first of all, let's go over and have a look at Now Cook It. Let's see if we can find Emily. Aha, Nicole. Hello.
Hi, I'm here with the Now Cook It guys.
Hey, how's it going?
So, we're at the Co-op AGM. What is Now Cook It and why are you involved with the Co-op?
So we've run a cooking channel on YouTube for the last 8 years or so.
Yeah.
And basically we started that because we didn't know how to cook. And so we were using our friend Ben for all of his cooking knowledge whilst we were at university. We got talking to Co-op last year, and it turns out that their community members were having the same sort of issues, not knowing how to cook, not having the confidence or the skills, and it's kind of affecting lots of things around health, around budgeting, and around social skills as well. So we decided to team up together to see what we could do to solve this cooking skills gap. The result was, or the first result has been Now Cook It, which is an online platform which gives everybody access to all of the skills that they could have or need to learn to cook all of the basic recipes that you need to just enjoy life around food.
And it gets broken down really, really simply. So it's like core skills, how to poach, how to boil, how to fry, how to bake, braise, all the different core techniques. And if you teach people those, then you can kind of empower people to cook, but they can learn their way, and it's very interactive. It tracks your journey. It suggests recipes you can try now you've got those skills, and it suggests more skills that you might want to add on to sort of further up your food game.
Yeah. And for us, this is just the first step. It's a big step, kind of filling that cooking gap. But the reason we're here as well is to talk to people and understand what is the next step. How can we get this into the physical world, into schools, and actually start educating people physically about cooking and what that cooking can actually do.
So it's really aimed at kind of changing a whole generation's cooking skills, not just kind of in isolation, but for the long term.
Exactly. So if you think that food education, so cooking, like, and actual real cooking lessons haven't been on the curriculum for years, and so there's a whole generation of people. It's now getting into the second generation of people who haven't been taught how to cook properly, and there's massive issues with that, and we want to solve that for the long term, really make a difference. Like Barry said, we're starting to see how we can turn this into something physical, so we're talking to colleagues and Shining Stars and community members to actually take assets from the course, give them everything they need to go and actually cook side by side with people whatever age they are, whatever background they've got, whatever they need, and give them everything they need to learn how to cook properly.
And then bring that full loop. So once they've done that in the physical space, to be sharing that with the hashtag #NowCookIt online, and just encouraging more and more people to get involved. It was some scary stats that we were looking at sort of a year ago.
54% decrease in home cooking over the last 30 years.
And 48% of people relying on their parents to teach them how to cook because they're not taught at school. The problem is, if your parents are of a generation when they weren't taught, then we've got problems, and that's where this cooking gap has kind of evolved from. So hopefully 'NowCookIt is the first step to making a difference.
So really important work. Do you want to show us what you've been cooking today?
Yes, we've done, it might be a little bit cold now, but we've done some very basic skills of how to poach an egg. So we were asking community members, our community and co-op members, what kind of basic skills they think people need. And it was things like how to boil an egg, how to boil pasta, how to cook potatoes, how to make basic tomato sauces, like really simple things. So here it's how to crush up avocado safely and to season it, and then how to poach an egg. And we made some breakfast bars, which are very much kind of something you can personalise. So once you've got the basics, you can add in whatever you want: nuts, seeds, dried fruit, chocolate, and that's one version we've done today. Right, so
Well, they look really good. I'll definitely be taking one of those. We're going to go now and speak to the digital team and see what they're being up to. Adam's going to talk to us about that. I'll hand you over.
Thanks, Nicole. I'm here with Jen and Ema. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well, very well. How are you?
Smashing, thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. So we're here at Co-op Digital. Jen, can you tell us a bit more about what you're going to be talking to members about today?
Yeah, we're going to talk about all the exciting things that we've done in digital since the last AGM, and we're going to be playing the Trustometer, which is about how members trust Co-op to look after and store their data. But this is actually a game from our event last night, which was a digital fringe event where we asked members to come and shape what our new member data policy looks like and give their input on how we look after their data. And that's one of lots of consultation we're going to be doing with our members this year to help shape our policies.
Sounds exciting. Can I play? Brilliant, brilliant. So yeah, is there anything to add to that? Or?
Yes, well, I'll be talking to members about what we're doing in Federation House, which is a new initiative to establish a community of innovators in the technology scene in Manchester. So it'll be home to Co-op Digital, but also to large and small technology companies based on the ethical values of the Co-op. So I'll be hoping to explain a bit more about that initiative to the members.
Great stuff. Jen, Ema, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's see what else we can find. Aha, I spot 100% British. One of our new stands here at the Co-op AGM. Let's have a look. Here's my colleague Nicole. Nicole, let's talk to you.
Hi, I'm here with Will, and he runs the 100% campaign for the Co-op. It's 100% British, and I just want to ask, what's 100% British all about?
Hi. So I'm Will, and I work with the agriculture team here. The 100% British is about our commitment to source 100% of our fresh protein from Britain, and we're really, really proud to have moved across and got everything in our fresh range onto British sourcing. And we do a lot of work right through the supply chain, from processors through to farmers, to build relationships and to really, really deliver the message.
So 100% British, obviously it's about getting all our meat from Britain, but what do you do for British farmers?
So we've been building over the last 3 or 4 years. We've been building relationships with farmers right across the England, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland. We've got farming groups. We meet up with farmers on a regular basis, and we're really, really trying to link it up and get the positive relationships and get everybody helping to understand what everybody does and what everybody brings into it. Also looking to try and pay a fair price for what we buy from farms. And as you can see from the campaigning, it's been absolutely fantastic message, and been talking to producers about this over the last few weeks, and absolutely delighted with the commitment that we've made, and we're the first retailer to be able to say that we're 100% British across all the fresh protein. And we're really proud as well that includes our fresh ready meals, pies and sandwiches. So we're really, really proud of the work that we've done.
That's really cool that we're like the first retailer to do that. I mean, to prove it, we've got like plastic cows
And a sheep and a pig.
and a sheep and a pig. You know, getting all the animals in. So that's it for now. We'll keep in tune on Twitter and on Facebook Live for more.
Morning, everybody. If we could all come through, it'd be great. We need to get started. We've got a lot to go through today. Thank you. Morning, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for coming in on time-ish. And welcome to what is actually our third AGM under our new governance and new rules. And we really appreciate, people giving up their Saturdays, and actually a lot of people their Friday nights and Saturday nights to join us here. Before I sort of outline the agenda for the day, I just want to point out, because I always get into trouble over this, that there's been a housekeeping video that's been playing in the background, and there's also leaflets on your table in terms of anything that we need to do if anything unexpected happens. But we're not expecting any fire drills today, so if it does go off, then it's for real. Before we start, a quick introduction to everybody on the platform. I'm joined by Steve Morels, our new CEO, who will be talking to you a lot later. Ian Ellis, who's our CFO. Stevie Spring, who's chair of the Remuneration Committee, who will also be talking. And Helen Grantham, who's the Group Secretary. And of course, Nick Crofts, who's the President of the Council. And all the rest of the board are here, and the vast majority of our sort of senior executives. The plan for the day, again, we've tried to change it a little bit to put a bit of a variety in it. We'll hear, as I say, from members of the panel up here on various topics as we go through, and then there'll be an opportunity to ask questions. We're going to split the Q&A into two bits, as we're sort of trying to split the day into two bits. The first bit will really be about the business performance and the motions that are 1 to 9. And when we've been through those, people have the opportunity to talk about those. But because, part of the thing we've been driving a lot, and you'll see this when Steve does his second session today, is this, championing a better way of doing business. And so the co-op way, we're going to sort of separate that from the first bit. And we will then go through modern slavery, recycling, fair trade. And so, that's the way we're going to tackle it. And then we'll do questions on those three motions when we've been through that piece. The questions have come from the hall as normal. We've got somebody will come to you. We've got a new flashing device because I couldn't see anything last year, which we'll be able to ask questions to. We're also joined online. We've got Christian here. Where's Christian Weaver? Where's Christian? Can you wave? Yeah, and Christian, he'll be sort of doing the digital stuff. We should give Christian a round of applause, actually, wherever he is in here somewhere, because he's just been called to the bar. 23 years old and called to the bar, so that's a really good thing. So well done, Christian, and we'll be talking to you later on today. Before I get Steve up, because Steve's going to talk about the businesses, the trading performances, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. First of all, about Richard Pennycook. As you know, Richard stepped down from being the CEO a few months ago. He did a tremendous job for us. You remember, he sort of came in originally as the interim CFO, wasn't intending to stay for a period of time. Then circumstances, he became the group CEO and sort of saw us really through that rebuild phase. Richard did a tremendous job for us in typical high integrity style. We're now moving on to the next phase of what we're doing, the renewal stage as it's referred to. And Richard felt that we should have somebody who is, the CEO for that part for the whole duration. And it was always the intention for him to go and do a series of more plural things. And so Richard stepped down and Steve stepped up. So first of all, I'd like you to show your appreciation for Richard Pennycook, who did a terrific job for us. It was always our intent. We're very fixated on succession planning and making sure that we have, right people in the place to succeed people. And it was always our plan that Steve, when Richard stepped down, Steve would step up to be the role. A lot of you know Steve. He inherited our food business about 4 or 5 years ago and has really, transformed that business. And it's worth remembering, that business has outperformed the market for 2 or 3 years in very difficult conditions. So it's great to have Steve on board. And I hope you'll all join me in giving him a round of applause and wishing him well in his new appointment. This is a people business, and more so than most businesses, and therefore we take the people issues very seriously, and we don't just think about succession at the top. We think about how we're bringing people into the organisation. And one of the things that I'm very fixated on is 2 things: bringing more young people into the organisation, and also that we use the apprentices scheme in a way that it's designed to do. It's a real opportunity to bring people in, train them in skills, and be in a situation where they can come through the organisation. And one of the challenges I've set Steve is that, that one of our apprentices in the next 10 years gets to sit on the executive team in our business, because that's a good example of how we would take this seriously. We've taken on, since 2011, it's 3,500 apprentices. There's a lot being talked about this, but we've really done something about it. We've had 3,500 apprentices through our organisation. At the moment, we've got more than 700 apprentices across all of the cooperative movement. And it's not just a way of attracting young people in, it's actually, it's important to us. It doesn't really matter how old you are, it's what skills have you got and are you a cooperator. And so we have our youngest apprentice is 17 and our oldest is 72. And I think that's an example about how we take this seriously and we spread it across. I think we've got a number of our apprentices in the room today, so if you have, could you stand up? Get the apprentices up? Where are they? There they are. Wave, wave, wave. So give them, here's the apprentice. We've got a round of applause for the apprentices. So without further ado, I'll now hand over to Steve, who will talk us through a bit more of what's been happening to the trading businesses. Steve.
Thank you, Alan. Good morning. What a year it's been for democracy. A referendum on Brexit, the US and the French presidential elections, local elections in many parts of the country 2 weeks ago, And now we're very much close to the big one, probably the most important election of them all. Alan and I really do hope that we get in. But seriously, it is an absolute honour for me to address my first Co-op AGM as your Chief Executive. Thank you to the board for entrusting me with the day-to-day running of this great co-op society. It's an enormous privilege to serve the co-op and an enormous responsibility as well. It matters that the co-op is here, not just to us, but to the nation. We do stand for a better way of doing business, one that puts commercial success at the service of you, our members, and the communities where you live. Last year, we announced that our co-op was back to being co-op, back to putting members and their communities first. So we've been rebuilding, and a great deal has been achieved in these last 12 months. But it is important to understand that although we're strong again and back on our feet, our recovery is still not complete. There's important work still to be done, and I'll come on to that later. We did amazing things last year. We brought back an iconic look from our past, and we've now rebranded more than 800 food stores and more than 260 funeral homes. But the change in our look was not just about a high street makeover. We've done this to draw attention to a much more important change, the biggest change in our membership rewards for decades. Let's just pause for a moment and think what that means. By yesterday, we would have given back £37 million through the 5%. That's a valuable reward to our members, especially when it's tough for many families to make ends meet, even when there's 2 wages coming in. And let's look at the 1% more closely. Through the first round, we've given back £9 million to 4,000 local causes. On average, that's more than £2,000 to every cause. That's a significant sum for a local community group, and it's really important. When I was out talking to local causes, many told me it was the difference between keeping a project going or having to close it down. One thing's for sure, we've made membership meaningful again. I want you to meet the Cork family from Rothwell in Yorkshire. We thought we'd film them as they receive their new membership cards. I think you'll enjoy this.
You don't get armoured, pal, no?
You must get armoured. Should we get some rice to have with it?
You don't have rice with sausage casserole.
Right, just... You want some of those in?
No.
No?
Why do you want some?
Well, whatever. What they're giving us is they're giving us 5% back and then putting a percent into
5% back
the community.
Buy products from the co-op, so it's like...
Co-op.
Gotta be co-op
It's got to be
branded.
co-op branded.
Are they not the co-op ones, these ones? You might as well just get a bag.
They're both co-op.
And the 5%, you can either spend it or you can save it. So you can save it all up, couldn't you, and then go in at Christmas and buy all your...
Yeah.
How good am I at cutting carrots?
Excellent.
So can we actually choose a charity? Right, it won't be long. Have a pompadom. A pompadom? What's a pompadom? Well, you know what I mean. I'm just going to cancel. Pompadom. Yeah, I would do that scout hut because have you seen that scout hut?
Well, it's falling apart, isn't it?
Yeah.
How much? It's got pepper in it.
Yeah, but I just want... I like to use these.
Help us carry on funding trips and membership for over 100 local people to reduce loneliness and isolation and prolong independence. They're called the Rothwell Rollers. Hello, Wayne.
Hello,
My name's Hannah. Nice to meet you. So, the Rothwell Rollers itself, what sort of charity is it?
Well, we're basically a transport service for the elderly and the disabled.
Yeah.
And we offer them a subsidised service to take them to doctor's surgeries or hospitals or shopping or wherever they want to go.
Wonderful.
But it's very much a personal service that we offer.
Yeah, it's a bit of a friendlier face when you get the same person every day or every week, isn't it?
Right, so if you just want to get in, Hannah, I'll talk to you.
All right, no problem. Do you enjoy it then? Do you think what the Rothwell Rollers do?
Well, it's a tremendous help. Getting from A to B with your eyes shut is very difficult, and it just takes all the stress out of it.
So the Cork family get it, and so do 890,000 other new members who've joined us since September last year. Even our local suppliers are getting behind our new Co-op membership. Here's staff at the Village Bakery, a North family firm from Wales. It turns out that Co-op membership really is the best thing since sliced bread. But the 1% to local causes is not the only way that we're strengthening communities up and down the country. There's another success story that's creating local pride and a better way of doing our business for young people and the families thanks to our co-op. Our Academy Trusts runs 4 secondary schools and 4 primary schools in areas of significant social and economic need in Manchester, in Leeds and in Stoke. I had a wonderful morning a few weeks ago meeting the kids and the teachers at 2 of our secondary schools in North Manchester. I could see for myself how co-op values play a real part in creating a culture of self-reliance, community spirit, and personal responsibility. As you can see, they even taught me a few dance moves. Here's a short film that shows you the difference that we're making to these kids and to their communities.
In my former life, working for Ofsted, we used to review regularly the performance achieved by Stoke schools and be concerned about it. And I think actually one of the reasons why the cooperative group got involved in sponsoring the Stoke Academy was to try and do something about that.
I think being in a cooperative academy is important for helping the students because of the opportunities that being part of the cooperative group brings.
I think they're very focused on progress. They offer things and opportunities that some schools don't.
You feel as though you're part of a family. The students walking in these doors are part of a family. We have a responsibility to those students.
It is sort of a real community that celebrates diversity.
We look after each other and at the same time have high expectations of what we expect of achievements.
There is a sense that we're all responsible for each other and for a student's achievement. And the staff are fantastic. They're so supportive, they're so welcoming.
Probably the best decision I've ever made to come to this school because it's just made my future look so much brighter, and I never would have thought I'd accomplish half the things that I have here in my old school.
I am very proud to work at the Cooperative Academy Stoke. It's my school. It's why I get up in the morning and come to teach, because it's everything that I am.
And I'm delighted to tell you that there are 2 further secondary schools in Oldham and Pudsey that are joining the Co-op Academy Trust in the next few months. The final element in our commitment to communities is tackling loneliness. Our target was to raise £3.5 million in partnership with the British Red Cross. You climbed mountains, you cycled the country, you ran marathons, and you baked. And in my case, I ate a lot of cakes. And this is what we've raised, a staggering £6 million. I think that deserves a round of applause. But this was never just about raising money. That's usually where other big businesses begin and end their social commitment. We want to champion this issue for the long term because we know social isolation is the enemy of communities, affecting 1 in 7 of our members and colleagues. So we're going to use the £6 million to do some good and work with British Red Cross to recruit community connectors. They'll be working across the country, helping thousands of people reconnect. Tackling loneliness will be one of the issues that we become famous for. And when a community faces a real emergency, we want to be on the scene as fast as possible, offering our members and customers the help that they need. So we're creating Co-op CRVs, Community Recovery Vehicles. It's our version of Thunderbirds. And so the next time that the major flooding happens anywhere in the country, we'll be there with our insurance assessors, a pop-up food store, and if need be, support from our legal team too. None of this would be possible if we were not also running a successful family of businesses. Our food business, as Alan has said, has seen 16 quarters of like-for-like growth in our core convenience format. We've continued to invest in the quality of our products, and we have a trophy cabinet now bulging with awards. We want to get those products in front of as many people as we can, especially in areas where there is currently no Co-op presence. So, as well as opening 100 new stores each year, we've just begun a small trial of piloting our products into McColl's stores, where there are no local co-ops, a suggestion that came from our Members' Council. And this week, we've announced that we're putting 7 new stores on petrol forecourts, which will run as franchises. It's the first time the Co-op Group has launched its own franchise business. This is a capital-light way of growing our businesses for the future. And because our businesses are strong, we're sponsoring high-profile events. Our Co-op is the national partner of the World Para-Athletics Championships, and we're providing the food for all the games makers at both the Para World and World Championships this summer. We really are the food of the games, and as many of you know, we have our own Carly Tate to cheer on too. Meanwhile, in funerals, we've seen a 69% growth in our funeral plan sales and grown our market share for the first time in 5 years. Our legal services team launched an online will service, and insurance saw its sales grow by 29% last year. And the Being Brilliant program in insurance is making huge improvements to our customer service through new technology, better ways of working with our suppliers, and also saving us £15 million a year. Our digital team is now fully embedded, working shoulder to shoulder with our businesses to make things simpler to them and better for customers, our members, and our colleagues. For example, in funerals, the new scheduling system that will remove £3 million worth of costs allows us to spend more time in the needs for families. So we made good profits last year, but they were down on 2015. That was planned for, as we knew 2016 would make the final year of our significant investment in relaunching the Co-op. Our decision to write down the value of our 20% holding in the cooperative bank did mean that we made a statutory loss, but this in no way reflects the actual strength of the business and has no impact on our ability to keep on investing. And on the bank, as you know, there's a process ongoing to find it a new long-term home, and that's something that we absolutely support. But there's more to running the Co-op than strong sales and good profits. Yes, we have to be commercially successful, but we also want to be different. That means putting people before profit. So our funeral business is keeping down the cost of a basic funeral, and we've also raised the age for free child funerals to help more families. Our insurance business is working with the charity Break to teach children about road safety, targeting high accident areas. It's terrible that families are going hungry in Britain in 2017. And while it's not in our power to tackle the root causes, we do want to offer some help. So our food business is working with Fair Share, and last year we gave away the equivalent of 1 million meals. This year we're going even further, connecting our local stores to local needs, so we can provide 20 million meals each year. None of what we've achieved in the last 12 months was possible without the hard work and passion of 70,000 colleagues. When we said a year ago that we were going back to being Co-op, it had to start with the people who serve our members day in and day out. We created an experience that took our colleagues on a journey back to the ideals and the ambition of the Rochdale Pioneers, and we brought this ambition bang up to date. And these simple but powerful ideals that you can see on the screen now is what it's all about. Let me tell you a story about how those words are coming to life. You're a young couple with 4 small children and you're on holiday in Yorkshire, as Alan would tell you, God's country. Everyone is getting a bit tired and you've still got 100 miles from home to go. The car breaks down and your phones are out of battery. You then find yourself outside a Co-op store. So you go in and you ask for some help. The colleague doesn't hesitate. He lets you borrow the phone to call the breakdown service and tells you the postcode of the store. He gets your phones charged and some hot water to heat the baby's food. Nothing is too much trouble. That's what happened to David and his family, and he was so impressed that he wrote to thank me. I wrote back to David, and not wanting to miss an opportunity, suggested that he might like to become a member. He's written back to say that he's signing up. You'll be glad to know that we've tracked down that colleague. He's Stephen Jennings, a team leader in our Masham store, and he is here with us today. Could you please stand up, Stephen? Thank you for being Co-op, and thank you to our thousands of other Co-op colleagues who are doing similar things every day. So what comes next? What are my immediate priorities in the coming year? We've relaunched Co-op membership. Our businesses are profitable again, but the job of rebuilding is not yet over. And it's not just about fixing the basics. There are some big ticket items too. In funeral care, we're introducing an entirely new operating model that will take that business from being not just the market leader in terms of its size, but a leader in terms of innovation and client care. We are doing some great work in insurance, but we know we must make our products and our services better for members and better for customers. In food, we're working behind the scenes to transform our logistics and our store operations, making your shopping trip simpler. I ask for your support as we work through these major projects during 2017. We've also got cost challenges too. Brexit is already starting to bite for our customers and for us. So plenty to do to keep us busy in the short term. But of course, I have some longer term ambitions for our Co-op too. I want to encourage younger people to shop with us and come and work for us. If we don't attract the next generation now, we've lost our future already. I want our Co-op to be a great place to work and one that celebrates the diversity of every one of our colleagues. We're clearly making progress. This week, LinkedIn placed us in the top 25 places as the best place to work in the UK. I want to find new ways to create Co-op value for you, our members. And now we're back on our feet and holding our head up high, I want us to show leadership within the movement, both in the UK and around the world. And of course, we're not just here to make money. We are here to make things better for our members and our members' communities. So we've started to ask ourselves some really big questions. Where are we taking our Co-op in the next 10 years and beyond? When can we bring new Co-op solutions to marketplaces? How do we develop our membership and community propositions? As we formulate our thinking, we're talking to the council, we're talking to our existing members and customers and colleagues and the wider Co-op movement. Our task in the coming years is to demonstrate why the Co-op is different, why the Co-op matters. And we do matter. We matter more than ever. When our millions of members need all the help they can get to make ends meet, the Co-op matters. At a time when communities are under pressure, the Co-op matters. And when there are causes and campaigns that need a powerful voice, the Co-op matters. In an age when trust and integrity are in short supply, the Co-op matters. I'm excited and humbled to have been given the responsibility to lead this great society, and I look forward to many years of serving members and customers as together we create a stronger and much loved Co-op. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'd now ask Stevie Spring, who's chair of our Remuneration Committee, to just talk about what Remco's been doing for the last 12 months.
Thank you, Alan. Thank
Stevie?
you, Steve. Good morning, everybody. Here we are again, back in sunny Manchester, and it is sunny Manchester today. I know many of you were here last year, and last year was my first AGM as Remco chair, and some of you may remember then I talked a bit about why I joined the Co-op team, how I grew up at the Co-op in Camden Town, and my, inverted commas, credentials for chairing such an important committee of the board. We also talked about the challenges we'd faced and the progress we'd made in particularly rebalancing some aspects of executive pay. Well, we've made more progress this year. Hopefully you've had a chance to skim through the Remuneration Report on what we've been up to. So today I'll give you a quick bit of context to set the scene for how we've looked at pay against what we said last year. And we'll look at what's still on my to-do list, particularly to flag the motion coming up for vote later this morning on simplifying our executives' bonus structure. So, backdrop, executive pay is still very much in the headlines, high on shareholder worry lists, and very high on the political agenda, particularly on what had become the growing gap between the highest and the lowest paid, as some of the UK's biggest companies were seen to be giving increasingly excessive rewards at the top. WPP's £70 million package for the CEO is just one example of many examples of LTIPs, that's long-term bonus schemes, that was seen to be both overly generous, no kidding, and overly complex at the time it was approved. So understandably, there's also been a focus on trying to simplify senior pay packages so everyone can understand bonuses, who can get how much for achieving what, and trying to rebuild trust between the hired hands, the execs, and their owners, the shareholders. And clearly, that's not the case now. Now, of course, we're a co-op. We do things differently. We're not bound by the same rules. But we want to play our part in restoring trust in what business can be and showing that ethical responsibility can thrive when individuals can have a say in how things are run. And our approach to pay is part and parcel of this. Thank God our co-op has moved on since the crisis we faced in 2013-14, and our approach to pay has too. We made some changes last year, and we'll be making more, because we need to keep our policy fit for the renew phase and beyond. And we want to do that for all colleagues, wherever they work in the business. We want a reward structure that's fair, that allows us to compete for skills and talent in the wider world we have to recruit from, and that rewards high-performing colleagues, but in a way that reflects our values and principles. So let me recap on where we got to last year and the goals you set us at last year's AGM. If you remember, some major changes were made to exec packages in the first half of 2016. Richard Pennycook took a substantial salary cut, as well as a cut in his total package, and that got most of the publicity. But our other execs, and don't forget, we report on the whole exec team, not just those two on the board as PLCs do, They all agreed to reduce their contractual notice period from 12 months to 6 months, and with no compensation for that change. Pension contributions, most of which are taken as cash in lieu, were also reduced by nearly 40%, down from 16% to 10% of salary, and that brought them in line with all other colleagues. And again, no compensation for that voluntary reduction. We also completed the second year of a 2-year pay deal with our 40,000 frontline colleagues in food, delivering a total rise of 10.5% and making sure we've remained well ahead of the government's hourly rate of £7.50. And we've increased those rates again in April this year. We've also applied those rates, importantly, to all colleagues, including those under 25 and all of our apprentices. So those doing the same work receive the same pay, and we challenge our retail competitors to do that. But yes, I think that does deserve a round of applause. So that's all well and good, but you also told us last year, loud and clear, that this was not enough. And we all agreed on the ambition of paying our lowest paid colleagues at the rate set by the Living Wage Foundation, which is higher still. And I'll come back to that. Let's go back to this year. Well, we've had a lot of changes to the top team. Oh. Sorry, I can't bear that big picture up there. It's quite disgusting. Anyway, so all these changes last year, we've heard Richard step down, of course, as CEO, and Steve and other colleagues have been promoted. We've also recruited some really good top new talent. But in addition to there being no executive salary increases again for 2017, you'll remember there were none in 2016, both Steve and Pippa Wicks, well-deserved promotion to Deputy CEO on Steve's appointment, they both took no change in salary on promotion despite substantial increases in scope and responsibility. And all of the other new members of the senior team have packages substantially lower than the colleagues they replace. Now, I believe that's very reasonable because we'd had a difficult time, remember, persuading really good people to join or stay through that crisis period. In effect, we were incentivizing execs to jump onto a burning platform with no guarantee that they would be able to put out the fire, or fires, plural, more accurately. During rescue, we had to pay ahead of the market, but we're now aligning to the middle of the appropriate benchmark, which is co-op appropriate for different times. For the rest of our colleagues, a lot of effort by the reward team has led to a host of other benefits that deliver extra value beyond hourly pay. And remember that now starts at £7.71 the advance rate, and obviously an extra 50p for London-based colleagues. But on top of that, we also offer a pension scheme considerably better than the government minimum. We offer colleague discounts, paid time off for community work, and we're starting to introduce a whole new suite of financial, health, and well-being initiatives. And we've got much more to report on that next year. But back to 2016, what else have we done? We've also tried to give very clear information in our remuneration reports. And this year, in addition to the usual detail, which we know many of you value, Cat Rose, where are you? I know you particularly value that. But we've also included pay at a glance, and that pulls together the key information we believe you'll want to see in a simple format, and feedback is, so far so good on that. You also asked us to include pay ratios, which we've done and will continue to do, so we can track change over time. Now, for 2016, that ratio was about 50-1 on salary. It's double that for on-target earnings, because remember, Steve and some of the other executives can currently earn 50% more for hitting very challenging annual, both personal and financial targets, and then the same again for each 3-year bonus scheme. So on-target earnings are currently double salary after 3 years in post for our longest serving execs. Now, I'd love to reduce that ratio, but by increasing the lower paid amount. The national living wage will keep rising till 2020 and will of course implement that. But I'd love to commit to our being the first major retailer to pay the Living Wage Foundation rate, which is £8.45 and £9.50 in London. I'd love to do that. But we have to be realistic, because by raising pay to that level, we need to find another £45 million for each of the next 3 years, which is a huge ambition in a fiercely cutthroat market where, as you've seen this morning, last year we made 59 million underlying profit, and that was before tax, and it was for the whole group. So a big, hairy, audacious goal, but we want to find a way to get there. So lots still to be done despite our progress on both the lowest and the highest paid. Looking ahead, we are conducting a full review of how we reward our executive, because we want to make sure we're investing your money well. And we're asking you to trust us. We're asking you to support a motion today that says we can work to simplify bonus arrangements for the executive. We want to adjust the balance and design of the annual and long-term rewards. And the proviso that we put on it is that the overall maximum pot remains unchanged. So the differentials change, but the pot remains unchanged. And we've got really good outline principles on how we might do that, but we're going to be working on the detail over the summer, including bouncing ideas off some of your council members. But we don't want to wait. We want to be able to implement it at the latest for the 2018 bonus rounds. So I'll tell you all about the final scheme next AGM, and you'll get to vote again on the entire pay policy the following year, 2019. But I'd love you to approve the resolution that means we don't have to wait another year to simplify those packages and make changes. And I want to thank you in advance for your support on that assumptive close. But I'd be really grateful if you could vote for that. Next year, we'll also start to report on pay by gender. There's lots of admin and data. Yes, thank you. We will do that. We're in the middle of collecting all the data to get those numbers together, and we'll publish in the spring, and we'll be able to share that first cut at next year's AGM, and then we can track and make changes. So to summarise, I want our policy and philosophy of reward to be clear. I want it to be aligned to our values. Our executives shouldn't be the highest paid in the market, but equally we shouldn't abuse their goodwill and their commitment to cooperation either. Change across the breadth of the business is going to take time. And the time scale for some of these wholesale changes will be driven by our, hopefully, improving commercial performance. Now, getting the balance right on executive pay isn't easy, and not all of you, not all members will agree with the choices we're all making. But I want to assure you, you've got a really hard-working and experienced committee really focused on getting the best return from your investment in talent. So on your behalf, I'd like to thank Margaret, who's MND and ex-head of all things legal at John Lewis. She's been a great addition to our team this year. I'd like to thank fellow MND Ruth Spellman, who's just leaving us. And both of those always make sure that our members' voice is absolutely at the heart of all our deliberations. I'd like to thank fellow directors, Peter Plum and Chris Kelly, who give an absolutely invaluable both PLC and broader civil service comparative perspective. But I'd also like to thank the Council Remuneration Task and Finish Group. Their help and guidance through the past year has been genuinely helpful, and it's certainly made my job a lot easier. So thank you to them in particular. So that's all I wanted to say for now. I'm around all day. Grab me if there's anything more you want to talk about further. Otherwise, I look forward to taking questions shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stevie. Very thorough and innovative, as usual, which I think is very important for us. I'd now like to invite Nick Crofts, President of the Council, up to talk to you all. The Council's role, as you know, is hold the board to account. They do a very good job at that. In a very positive way. I think that's a big change in terms of test and support. Nick has just been re-elected as the Council President for the next 3 years, so that's a great thing. And Nick and I, outside of that, meet every month, and we have quite a challenging hour or so. But Nick's very much a cooperator at heart, and really of the heart. So Nick, why don't you give us an update on where the Council's been?
Thank you, Alan. And I haven't been re-elected to President, by the way. I've just been re-elected to the Council, but that's it's an important step. So thank you for that generous introduction, and welcome cooperators. It is my duty to report on the work of the National Members Council over the last year. The Council acts as the representatives of the owners of our cooperative business, our millions of individual members in every region and nation of this country, and also our corporate members, the independent societies that founded our co-op 153 years ago. It's the job of the Council to hold the board to account for the way they govern our co-op. It's our job to act as the guardian of our cooperative values and principles, making sure that we stay true to our DNA. And it's our job to influence the business on behalf of our members, making sure that your voice is heard and heard loudly at every level in the society. And to that end, as Alan alluded, we have continued to invest in the relationships that we have with board and executive. Our governance provides the formal framework for checks and balances, but it is through its relationships that the Council can wield influence on behalf of members. Council aims both to encourage and to challenge, to add value, to demonstrate that working with elected members adds more than just the cooperative difference. Take the Co-op Way Policy Committee. Elected members working side by side with executives setting the policy framework for our co-op, looking in detail at what our co-op should do, guided by an ethical decision-making tool that poses 4 simple questions. What would our members think? Does it create commercial or social value for members? What is the impact on communities? And could our members understand what we have done and why? I could not be prouder of the work that our council members are doing to ensure that we regain our position as a global leader in ethics and sustainability. The members that serve on council have collectively more than 1,000 years of membership experience. I am always impressed by the passion, knowledge and commitment that they display. Our council members are at the heart of our cooperative difference, and I would like to pay tribute to all of the members of council for the work that they have done over the last year, striving hard to deliver on our members' priorities. Thank you to each and every one. So this has been a year of growth and progress for our co-op as we continue to rebuild and to invest for our future. We relaunched our brand, and Council offered a robust challenge and developed a meaningful dialogue with the business prior to its unveiling, setting a new benchmark for how the involvement of elected members can work. We relaunched our membership, and the skills and knowledge and passions and experience of council members were invaluable to the business and its development. And council members worked to develop and hone the Back to Being Co-op reinduction programme, which tens of thousands of our colleagues have gone through. And what an extraordinary job our colleagues have done over the last year. In every store, in every office, funeral home, distribution centre, and everywhere, they have striven to put our co-op back on track. And I never tire of saying thank you to our colleagues for their terrific work. They are rightly proud of our co-op, and we are rightly proud of them. Thank you for everything that you have done. And this, of course, this year has seen a change of chief executive. It was Richard Pennycook who led us through our darkest days, and for that, he truly has earned his place in the pantheon of our great leaders. And when Richard decided to depart, Alan Layton invited me to represent the council on the panel to choose Richard's successor. And nothing can better demonstrate the improvement in our relationships with the board. Council being invited to help choose the Society's next chief executive. I was delighted to participate and delighted to be able to appoint Steve Morells to the role. Steve was a key part of the team that saved the co-op in those dark days in 2013. And that we are here today is a great tribute both to Richard and to Steve. And he has shown that he is a great and gifted business leader. The outstanding turnaround in our food business has been a joy for every member to behold in this last 5 years. And we are looking forward to working with Steve on the council's priorities. And not least of these, we'll be planning the future of our cooperative society. As Steve made clear, there is still important work to do rebuilding our businesses, and that must continue to be our priority. But already we are starting to look well ahead, 5, 10, 20 years. We are beginning the thinking that will renew our co-op for the next generation. As Steve said, going back to our roots, looking to disrupt markets that are broken for people. And the council, representing our millions of members, will be central to that thinking as we develop these plans. Democratically elected members co-creating our future strategy. Because, of course, we are a democratic organisation, proudly so, and today's AGM is a powerful reminder of that. Voting for member-nominated directors, voting for council representatives, and voting to have our say on today's motions. All of these are hugely important. But of course, beyond simply voting or attending the AGM today, our members must have more opportunities to shape and participate in the co-op that they own. This is a huge priority for the council, and we've been working with the business to develop new ways for our members to get involved. From designing our new white wine and nominating and voting to choose its name, Pioneer, of course, to writing the tasting notes to our own brand Real Ales. We are striving to provide more and more imaginative ways for our members to join in. And congratulations to all of those council candidates that have been elected or re-elected today. And thanks too to those members that stood unsuccessfully. Your participation is hugely important in our democracy. So this has been both a challenging and successful year for the co-op and for the council. As cooperators, we seek a more cooperative world. We know that we are part of a great movement which is bigger than our co-op and which has been changing the world for 17 decades and more. We know that our model can deliver not only economic value to members, but a fairer, more sustainable and more equal society. And we know that by taking our ethical approach, we make a difference to the lives of millions of people, whether that's through fair trade, our commitment to British farming, or our efforts to tackle climate change. And we are rightly proud of our radical roots, but proud as we are of our heritage, we do not dwell in the past. Today, we continue to push the boundaries of fair trade. Today, we are tackling the silent killer, loneliness and isolation. And today, we are leading the way to end the scourge of modern-day slavery, because our co-op values do not stop at the shop front, and that is the co-op way. Thank you very much. Now, there is one more very exciting development that I wanted to share with you as I introduce a special guest today. Over the last 2 years, the Council has been working hard to create a very local co-op presence that will root our co-op and its businesses in every community, linking members with one another and organising opportunities for members to participate in their co-op. To accomplish this, the Council came up with the role of Member Pioneer. And I'm very pleased to say that the board has agreed to recruit 1,500 of them, one for every community in which we trade. And over the coming months, we'll be recruiting the first hundreds of these member pioneers, people working locally, connecting the co-op to local people and local causes. I'm delighted to say that we have some of our first member pioneers here in the room today. Member pioneers, please stand up and wave so we can see you. Bless, they've clustered together for safety. I can understand why. Now, it's been decided that our member pioneers should have an ambassador, someone with an international reputation and a belief in the importance of strong communities, someone who will inspire us and the nation with the idea of local cooperation. And I'm delighted that Lem Cisse, the outstanding poet and broadcaster, has agreed to be the ambassador for our co-op's member pioneers. Lem, please come up to the stage and say a few words, hiding there on the left.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
I'm so proud to be the ambassador for the member pioneers. I first came to Manchester and my first job was in a cooperative. It was called Common Word, and the cooperative principles were then embodied by that organisation, but embedded in me. And my first event as a poet, which is what I am by profession, was organised by a group in the heart of Moss Side, just 5 minutes. By the way, Common Word is 5 minutes over there, still there, and the Abercrombie Co-op was 5 minutes over in Moss Side. They gave me my first performance as a poet, and they took a risk on me because they hadn't heard of me before. They felt I may have had something. Same with the cooperative at Common Word. And by the way, after I've spoken, we're all going to split up into small groups and discuss whether this was relevant in this particular environment. But to do that, we'll need a worker to administrate the process. But to get a worker, we'll have to apply for funding. To apply for funding, we'll have to set up a constitution. So we'll get a constitutional group to get the constitution, to bring it back. We'll have a finance group to work out how much money the worker will need to administrate the process as to whether what I'm saying here is relevant or not. Anyway, there's a whole... No. Family. The nature of the cooperative is family, I just realised. The cooperative nature in a good family, with all the arguments as well, and the resolutions, and the falling out, and the making up, and the building for better. It's the nature of family. I've spent all my life searching for my family, and I found them all over the world. And I was getting emotional when I was hearing the chief executive speak of trust and ambition and of the nature of what this incredible organisation is. You have to feel it. It has to come from inside your heart. It has to be emotional. And it is. My name's Lem Cisse. I'm Chancellor of the University of Manchester. I'm an MBE. That's a Mancunian black ethnic, apparently. And diversity, another word, diversity. It is ambition. You know, I was a migrant. I migrated from my mother's womb into the open air. I migrated from Wigan to Manchester. Worse still, from Atherton to Lee. The point is that the word migrant and migration is not the property of politicians, it's ours, it's who we are. When you have your children and you ask them to go to university or to go to college, you don't tell them to come back, stand behind the curtains and look out because you don't want them to go out there. You watch them grow wings and fly. They migrate and you wipe a tear from your eye. When you marry, you migrate. When you divorce, you migrate. Migration is at the heart of who we are, and therefore it's the celebration of humanity. It is to not accept it. By the way, and then we watch on the news, don't we? We watch those brilliant documentaries of the animals migrating. And we're like, oh, look at it, she's lost her mother. We must get that elephant back to the herd. We must get that herd back to the water. Now, migration is the heart of who we are, and therefore, what's space travel? Space travel is migration. It's the heart of who we are, and therefore, to be anti-migration is to be anti-nature. It absolutely is. What I'm trying to say to you is that diversity is ambition, and it's at the heart of who we all are in all our communities. And to embrace it is to embrace success. I'm honoured to be an ambassador for the member pioneers. And look, 400 members by the end of this year, 50 pioneers at the moment, 10 new members per pioneer will make that 400 number happen. And I know that we can do it because I'm going to do it. I'm going to go out there and try to, and I will get 10 members by the end of the year. Does that make sense, the figures? So we can actually achieve it. It's utterly achievable. I'm going to be watching the numbers and I'm going to be doing it myself. So I'm ambassador for member pioneers, but I'm a member pioneer. And all of the member pioneers are also ambassadors as well, like me. Google me. Okay, there's only one person with my name in the world. See what I am and who I do. See the Christmas dinners for care leavers where I got a group of people together and I said, I want a care leaver for between 18 and 25 to have a Christmas dinner. I don't want anybody to be the boss. I don't want, we've got no money, we've got nothing, and I've done it 2013 Manchester, 2014 Manchester and London, 2015 Manchester, London and Leeds, 2016 Manchester, London, Leeds, Liverpool and Oxford, all run by people from those communities. I believe in the nature of the cooperative, and I'm really honoured to have been here today and to have heard everything that's said, because it's given me, it's brought me even more to you, and I appreciate that. Thanks. Thanks.
Well done.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Well, my word, that was extraordinary. That was inspirational. You said that cooperation, you have to feel it from your heart, and what a brilliant way to put it. And self-evidently you do. Also, your first idea upon arrival was to set up a constitutional committee. You are going to fit right in. You are going to fit right into this movement, Lem. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Lem, please.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Lem. Lem, that was awesome. I don't think we could find a better ambassador, but you just found us loads of ambassadors, and I think that's a really good way of thinking about it. I think we can all do something about the pioneers. I think, Lem, if you can get 10, I'm going to get 10 as well, so that'll be 20, and we should all be looking at that. So, Lem, thank you very much. That was inspirational. Yeah? So now's the chance, we've heard from the panel up here, now's the chance to move to Q&A. As I said at the beginning, we're going to sort of chunk this into two parts. The first one we want to do is all the business performance motions, which are 1 to 9, and then the 3 about fair trade, modern slavery and recycling we'll do later on when we've talked a little bit more about that. As always, we've allowed ourselves about an hour for the Q&A. There's 8 stewards. Can we see the stewards? are all in blue at the back there. And as you can see, they've got paddle boards. Put your paddle boards up and turn the paddle boards on so you can see these flash, these paddle boards. This is really high tech. Because last year we couldn't see anybody, but now clearly we can. And if you just put your hand up, and then we'll bring a microphone to you. And if you could just say, who you are and where you're from, that would be really helpful too. We're going to try and get as many questions in as we can. All the feedback we always get is try and have as many questions, and therefore we'd ask people to when they ask a question, keep them relatively short so we can get as many in as possible. We've got online, which we'll try and take in, but any questions that we don't answer in the session as we keep ourselves moving on, we will pick up. So either see us afterwards, drop us a line on email, you've got the information, so we will answer everybody's question as we go through. So with that, if we could start on the business performance, if we could start with that one first. Would anybody like to ask any questions about the business performance? So just put your hand up, and there's one over there and one over there. So if we could do that one, if we could start with number 6, I think it is, at the back, that'd be brilliant. Or 5, sorry, I can't see. Let's start with number 5, yeah, good.
Hello, fellow cooperators. My name is Jim King. In his fine presentation, Steve Morrell said that Brexit costs. I just wondered if you'd be able to explain that a little bit. And because we are an international organisation, are you making contact with our fellow cooperators across the whole of Europe?
Steve, do you want to pick that up?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. We're seeing inflation coming through at the moment. It's clearly to do with the devalued pound and the effect and result of the Brexit decision. Your commercial team are balancing the tricky act of doing the right thing with great suppliers and recognizing that raw material prices are going up, but trying to keep a lid on prices rising at too fast a level. The 5 and the 1 actually is a great way that we can keep prices down. And last year, as you know, we put 20 million back into the pockets of our members, and that's continued this year. Throughout the next remaining 7 months of this year, we're continually fighting against inflation coming through because it's not good for our members and customers, and it's actually not good for our business. We much prefer a business that's built on volume rather than on value. Over time, we'll see how this pans out, but it is a challenge for every retailer in the country and for many businesses. But I think we're managing it well so far, Jim.
Good, thank you. Number 3.
Thank you. Peter Hollett, my name is. Very encouraging to hear the principles today, but I've got a question for the council president. How can you sustain the growth when we hear or know of the sell-off of farms? You know, the very backbone of how to ethically and ecologically sustain and show the best example for not only this part of the world but the rest of the world. How can you do that when those assets have been stripped away as we've heard of? And that's the first question. And the second part is, how are you going to ensure that the bank doesn't get into the mess it got itself into last year?
So, Steve, do you want to just pick up the farm point? I think that's, unless you want to comment on it, Nick. Steve, do you want to pick the farm point?
Yeah, happy to do that. I mean, we never got any comfort about having to sell the farms business back in 2014. It was necessary, as many of you know in the room, because of the position that the group had got itself into. At the time, it was clear, however, that we were the largest farm holder in the UK, but that 90% of the land that we actually farmed only allowed us to produce potatoes. So we actually had a farm business that in the main produced root crops and didn't have the ability to produce much more beyond some top fruit, some berries, but mainly potatoes. And therefore, we weren't selling our business with a worry about about food security, we were having to sell our business because we had to in order to bring the debt down. What we've since shown is that our relationship with British farming has got stronger and stronger and stronger. And later on, I hope to talk to you a bit more about that.
And I'll pick the bank point. I mean, to Steve's point, I mean, what we're doing with British farming, you know, the British farmers, I believe, are the best in the world. They produce the best products in the world. They look after their animals and everything else better than anybody else in the world. And therefore, our relationship with them and the move we make will absolutely sustain our growth, but make sure that it's done in a very, very ethical way. You know, our farmers, as I say, are the best in the world. We should be very proud of them. The second thing is on the bank. Clearly, as you know, the bank, there's a process going on with the bank. Therefore, you know, we're pretty restricted, and we're very restricted in what we can say. We're very supportive of that process. We'd like to find a home for the bank with somebody who would, you know, do all the things that we would want them to do in terms of having that co-op name and having ethical banking. You know, that process is in the process of playing out, and we're playing the part that we can play as, remember, you know, shareholders, not owners. But it's something clearly that we're keeping an eye on very, very closely. Over in the corner.
Hello, Ian Hewitt from Nottingham, Robin Hood County. On the question of the bank, and having bought the Independent this morning, RBS justice denied reminds us of the circumstances around 2008 and the central role that RBS played in the restructuring of the group. Now, it seems to me that we were treated rather shabbily compared to RBS and the other big banks. We've paid with our farms, with our pharmacy, for the gross misconduct of the banking community, not necessarily in the co-op bank. And we're still paying because those vulture funds that kindly invested in us when we were in a mess, thanks to the Chancellor, are earning, as I understand it, 39% a year. And is that where our profits have gone? Because vultures are very good at extracting the last dregs of any value. And no doubt they will continue to do that when the Bank of England are called in, should the Bank of England be called in. Now, I think we should be holding this government and the previous government and the previous Chancellor to account for his gross exploitation of this proud organisation. And yeah, and I'd like everybody in the room to bear that in mind on June the 9th. Thank you.
Okay, there was and over in the corner, the left-hand side. Pointing over there, can't read. 6, I think it is.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello. My name's James Peter Brown. I live at Middleton, which is just outside Manchester, and I've been a co-op member for about 50 years. I find myself in a very precarious position today that only last week 2 of the co-op shops in the postcode M24 closed or was handed over to one of our competitors. I have nowhere now apart from going into Rochdale to shop at the local co-op. I've been a pioneer of opening shops, and I remember our last CE last year in this particular venue talking about the expansion of new shopping and new shops that would be opening this year. I went home after last year's annual general meeting and spoke to some of the employees at the shop that I went to. And they said, "Oh, don't you know, Peter, that this shop's going to close, or it's going to be handed over to," I can't remember the name, is it a firm that's based in Grimsby? 2 people who have bought a lot of shops from the co-op and from others and expanded it. Now, as I said, we've got no co-op shops in the postcode M24, which is part of Manchester. Now, I did some investigations, after last year's annual meeting about the closure of the shops that were envisaged and talked about in a report that was produced and put on your website. And I note that a lot of them were in close proximity to each other. But in M24, there was only 2 shops. Both of those shops have not closed. They've been taken over by one of our competitors. Now, I must admit, I won't be going to shop there, and I'm not encouraging anybody else. I have a reputation of being at a Co-op meeting and saying, when are you going to open a Co-op shop in Middleton? And that's where Middleton is. Middleton's M24. And the people at the previous area meetings used to get fed up of, oh, he's here again with his opening his shops in Middleton. Can't we shut him up? I've heard that that talked about at many of area meetings. I no longer attend these meetings because
well, should we get them to let me ask Steve to answer your question?
I will. Right. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening.
No, it's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Before Steve answers it, I mean, you know, we'll always be in a position where we open and close, but we are net openers. We open more stores than anybody else in the UK. We have been doing that. We've spent a lot of money on capital expenditure in terms of opening new stores and refitting new stores, but there'll always be some in the mix. You want to talk the specifics?
Alan, thank you. James, thank you for the question, and thank you for being a member for 50 years. That is quite remarkable. The honest answer is we don't like closing shops. It's not something that we get out of bed in the morning to do, but it is sometimes a commercial necessity that we do that. Alan is right. We have opened over 300 new stores over the last 3 years, and we will continue to open over 100 stores and significantly refit hundreds of stores as we go forward. Clearly, however, we're failing you in the Middleton area. We did, around about 5 months ago, resurrect a Suggest a Site scheme. And we talked to the council about this on the basis that we do have an extremely good on-the-ground property team today whose sole job in life is to find new Co-op stores that can serve communities and actually give the group a good return so that we can use that return to do more good. The Suggest a Site scheme goes that little bit further, that says to anybody that is a member of the group, if you know of a site where you think we can put down a store, let us know. Since the AGM last year, there are currently 5 sites that we have in train that we're looking at as a consequence of people coming forward. And since we started the scheme a few years ago, we've opened 7 stores that are making a considerable contribution to the bottom line. So James, if you know of anywhere in Middleton, and sounds like you might do, then I wouldn't mind having a conversation with you at the end of the day. Two, and then we'll work our way around.
Hello, I'm Chris Newbury, from the societies, the independent societies, the East of England. Now, I want to ask Steve a couple of questions about what he said. But first of all, I'd like to say I'm pleased to hear about the progress. But also, I've been coming here for about 8 years, and apart from the awful 2013, I always heard we were going forward. Let's hope that it's right this time. The first point I want to make is being part of FRTS, the group were always adamant through those days when we were setting it up, the brand and now the new logo belongs to the national group. But when things go wrong, those of us who are part of the independent societies cop the backlash as well. And I'm interested to hear about this franchising out to other groups of the food, because non-co-ops selling co-op branded products, particularly as we all know, they can survive because they do different working, loan working in their shops and all this sort of business. This is a direct threat to the sort of standards we have. And in our own society, we even pay the living wage to those who are not at the age. In other words, we pay it to the ones who are on the minimum standards. And we do all sorts of things like this, and we've won national awards as well as local ones. But for the most part, for a bad kickback, it comes because of what you, as the biggest part, and I'm a member of, I used to work for a group for the CIS. I'm a pensioner of them. So I'm happy for the progress, but I do worry about what still appears to be a lack of cooperation among cooperators when it comes to a lot of issues inside FRTS. I won't go into them now because it's not appropriate, but I've got to say that although I'm speaking, it's something that is a disquiet that is shared by our board, and I think this is the opportunity we've got to tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Steve, do you want to pick that up?
Chris, thank you for that. Do you know, I think you should come along to an FRTS meeting. It is a meeting today of chief execs who work very closely together, and you would not recognize it from the dark days of 2012, 2013. In fact, it's probably the best example of the governance change that came out of the crisis. With John Coombs as the chairman and Richard Crampton as the MD, they help us work shoulder to shoulder and are doing some really good things, especially with your own society. What I would say about franchising is that franchising actually is a very common cooperative way of working. It's adopted by just about every European co-op today and for many, many years. And actually, there are some independent societies who have run a franchise model for the last 5 to 10 years. So it's not new to us. But what it does for us is it allows us to get the co-op brand into more places in a capital-light way, rather than having to build the stores and taking all the costs ourselves. Now, of course, we have to make sure that our partners that we choose to franchise with look after their colleagues and follow the brand standards that's so important to us. In the same way that we have to make sure 2,500 co-op store managers follow all the standards that we put in place every day. And we know we've still got a lot of hard work to do there. But the rigor and the controls that we have as part of piloting franchise should give you the comfort that the standards and the way that the colleagues are looked after will be at the top of our agenda.
Good. Thank you, Steve. I'll come, Nick, can I come?
Can I just say one quick word in response to Chris's question? This is something that Senate and Council had the opportunity to delve into at a very early stage in the ideas gestation. And we were particularly interested, Chris, in the point that you raise around essentially the terms and conditions of for the colleagues, the franchise colleagues, and how that would operate. And with a very constructive piece of work, we've ended up in a very good position to ensure that the sorts of circumstances that you describe actually don't occur. So that I think is a very constructive piece.
Good. One.
Hi there, Kat Rose. I stood for election in Yorkshire and Humber, and for the NMC obviously, and yeah. Thanks, Stevie, for the shout out. It's really good the way that you've put the non-prorated salaries in the report this year so they're comparable between years. So thanks for increasing transparency on that. With the campaign against modern slavery, it's wonderful to see the Co-op doing that, to see them applying more scrutiny to the supply chain than they have to, and to starting working with other cooperatives to get more apprenticeships for the victims of modern slavery. But the thing is, I was just wondering if the Co-op does more campaigns in future. Well, this one's awesome. Will we be able to choose them as members? Will we be involved in the choosing process?
Steve, you want a short answer?
There is a process that we're following at the moment through the policy work. And I think let us take that away and just see how we can adapt it going forward. What we've spent our time so far doing is making sure that there is real input through the Council and the Senate into the thinking of things that we want to champion in future. But let me take that away, Kat.
Okay, Kat. One in the far corner.
Hi. It's Neil from Wigan.
Hey, Neil.
Basically, I want to follow on from James's point. My local store is actually going to be one which is going to McCall's. And my concern is it's in a social housing area where people's mobility, there's a lot of unemployed people and mobility is limited. And the people who are members of that store will effectively become disenfranchised. I'm sure that although they may be able to get some Co-op products, they won't get their 5% reward. And for them, their choice is going to be between two expensive convenience stores.
Okay, well, again, Steve, you can just pick that up, yeah?
Again, I'm going to put even more energy in to look at post-school code areas around Wigan and Middlewich earlier on. We don't, if we can find a store that can sustain itself and provide a great service of fresh foods and quality Co-op brands into that area, of course we want to find that. I hear the request from the floor. Please let me take that away.
Thanks, Steve. 3.
Oh, hi everybody, I'm Ruth Fitzjohn. I'm president of Mid-Counties Co-op. And I wanted to just check my understanding of something and then ask a couple of specific questions. If I've got it right, there are 2 separate trials running. One of allowing our own brand products to be placed in McCall's stores, and then a separate trial of some franchising of the Co-op whole package with a partner. They both sound like really good business trials to me, and I can understand why the business people on the board are keen to test out that idea. But the worry that the board I serve has is that Co-op means something more than running an ethical business with great standards and great products. It actually means this business that you're looking at is owned by its members. So there's a risk that by trying these very good business ideas, we're prostituting the word Co-op to the highest bidder. So the challenge I'd like to offer you is how can you assure me that when you evaluate these trials, you're not just evaluating them from a business perspective, that you're properly evaluating that you aren't diluting and watering down the fundamental core of the Co-op model, which is it's owned by its members.
Okay. Steve, do you want to pick that up?
There's a simple template that we use around ethical decisions, which actually, Ruth, does seek to answer the types of concerns that you have. Are we really creating value for members? Is this something that we could explain simply to our members why this is a good thing? And as I say, on both of those examples, and you're right, you described them absolutely right, they are pilots, they are trials. The hard work is to be done when we come back and see what's happened, and then to put that back through the hopper of those ethical questions. As I said earlier on, certainly in the area of franchising, this is a model that has been used by international co-ops for many years, and is also a model that's used by quality retailers like Marks and Spencer for many years. So we shouldn't be afraid to go and try and pilot, but it is a pilot, and we do have to recognise that if we are going to keep on investing in our colleagues' pay, and if we are going to keep on putting money into the pockets of our members, then we do need to grow profitably, but we need to do it through the lens that plays to the importance difference that the co-op has to a PLC business. Hold us accountable for doing that, but we do need to go and explore in these areas, because without them, the markets around us are changing at a rapid rate. And if we keep on looking backwards and not looking forwards, we will wake up one day, as we woke up in our food business, that was the same size as Tesco back in 1990, and today has a market share of less than 6%. So we do need to adapt, we do need to keep fresh, and we do need to pilot. But I hear your point, Ruth, and let's, as I say, see how those pilots fare. Personally, I think they will both go extremely well. And the final point I'd just like to make is, in both of those channels, if we can grow our scale of buying, then it goes directly back into the pockets of the independent societies. So the independent societies will benefit by our ability to sell more of our own products and more of branded products up in the country. So it is a win-win, and we've talked about that at length at FRTS.
So Ruth, and also something very much on, it's been on the council's mind and the board's mind as well, and that's why they're pilots, and there's a very strict criteria which we'll evaluate them against, but your point's very well made and one shared by us all. 5.
My name is Sylvia Jones, and I'm from the Welsh area in the Rhondda and Taff part of Wales. I'm very pleased with some of the products that are coming online now. They are a new initiative and they're very good, and I do purchase them. And I may say I'm in my 60th year of being a member of the Cooperative Society. And for 31 years, I served on the COP committees, from area committee up to regional board. And I would like to make it abundantly clear here that it wasn't our stores in the localities that caused the problems we had. They were working hard out. You've been talking about remuneration for people in the executive sphere and that, and boards and that, but what about those people now in the shops where we are cutting the hours back all the time? You talked about the pioneers that we've appointed, some appointed and some going to be appointed. I want to know, are they going to be paid? If so, I'm not going to say how much today, but what regions are they going to be working in? Because I've been here today and all I've heard talked about is the north. Manchester, Leeds, York, all the areas around, yes. I'm familiar with them all. All my life I've travelled up to them, and I go, part of my family travelled up to Leeds while I'm up here. But what about South Wales? What about the regions there where we've been cooperative for years and years and years? Very solid throughout the years, and yet we seem to be the black sheep of the family. I think London has been mentioned, the Midlands, all. But we need to have support. I go to the cooperative stores. I shop in all the ones in Rhondda and Taff, and we've got about 20 stores there. And I'm hearing all the time about how they've had to cut back on hours, and what about the stress levels of all these people? These are the people that you need to sell the stores, the goods in the shops. Please look after them, better than what you're looking after them now, because to me, looking at things, you don't seem to have the shop managers and the staff at heart. You're looking more at the mid-levels and the top ones all the time. Please go back to the grassroots.
Thank you. You know, you heard what Stevie said. You know, we absolutely believe in that. We absolutely know it's our colleagues in the stores every day that make a difference, or in the funeral homes. You know, I think we're doing a lot of work and a lot of the right things. Stevie said there's a lot more we would like to do, and as it becomes affordable for us to do it, we will do. Wales is a very important part to us. A lot of our trials, you know, one of the major reasons our sales grew significantly in food is we did this, you know, big piece of work on produce. That was all piloted in Wales, tested in Wales, succeeded in Wales, and spread out across the rest of the country. We talked about the pioneers, phenomenal. Well, we've made a start. The idea is to get ourselves to 1,500. They're all volunteers, which makes it even more so a critical thing for us. When people volunteer their time, that is in itself fantastic. So, you know, we take the point, but we take this very seriously, and it's something that we're really trying to be on top of all of the time. And as far as the past is concerned, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that's gone. I'm not really interested now in what happened in the past. We should have learned from it, which we've done. We're talking about the future. You know, I talked last night, we're talking about the first 10 years of the next 100 years, and that's the way we think about it. What happened in the past, we should learn from, but it's a long time ago, and it's a very different place today than it was then. But thank you for the point. 3.
Chris Hall from Wrexham. This is a sort of question about the membership card. We launched last year the 5% and 1%, and I'm just wondering, firstly, in the findings from the first year, is it, would we say, cost neutral, profit generating, or loss making? And then looking at what we refer to as qualifying members, I had to do a motion which I presented to the AGM today on pay ratios. I had to get 100 qualifying signatures, and knowing that it would be difficult, we ended up getting up 249 signatures. Of those, we then realised that 118 are qualifying. Qualifying, therefore, relates to a spend of about £250 a year. So it suggests that 118 people with their membership card are spending the £250, and another 130 odd are not spending £250 a year. So how sustainable is the membership card on that basis with this model going ahead? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do it in reverse order. You know, to qualify, you need to spend £250. It's £5 a week. And so it's a very low threshold if you think about how much people spend on food at any one time. So we think that that is a good threshold to work through. The test of what we're doing with 5+1 really is all about, you know, what does it do for our members? You know, we always think about what's it going to do for our members. I think Steve made the point, we've got 850,000 more members than we had when we started. So clearly members think that it's quite a good thing. As you're doing that, it's an investment because you're investing to get the members and then keep those members, because what we do know is when you're a member of the co-op, you spend more than if you're not a member of the co-op. So it starts off as an investment, as all the other things we do in terms of price or quality or logistics or anything else, we just look at it in that pot. But clearly the idea is as we build our membership over time, then clearly it's something that drives our profitability. So this is something that, again, because we're a cooperative and we don't have to think short term and we can think about what's the right thing for our members, we can take a 3, 4, 5 year view of this, because it's really all about, you know, can we create more things for our members and return more money for them on a day-to-day basis. Over in the corner. I can't quite see the number. I think it's 7. 4.
Hello, it's Richard Bickle from Birmingham, here as an individual member. I've been interested to hear the debate and the discussion around franchising. And I just wonder whether you think there's any lessons to learn from previous experiments. And I won't press you about the petrol forecourts in the 1960s, but I will mention the CWS South East's trial in the late 1980s and 1990s of something called the Late Co-op Super Shop, which was a convenience store franchise trial, which ran with some success for a few years, but was then dropped. Similarly, a few years later, I believe there was a franchise trial in travel care, which was also dropped, although arguably it morphed into the Freedom Travel Buying Group. So I just wanted to say that these models are not limited to other European countries, but they do exist in this country, and I think it's worth looking to see why they were dropped before, even though it was 25, 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I think to reiterate Steve's point, two things. They're pilots, and the reason they're pilots is you learn from them and you decide whether you proceed or not. And I think secondly, to add to Steve's point, we all know it. If you listen, if you read about what's happening in our world, there is a lot of changes. You see the Tesco acquisition of Booker. We're going to see much more of this sort of stuff moving itself around, and I think Steve and the team are right to say, well, we've got to let's see what happens in this environment if we can actually work in it. But at the same time, we are a co-op, and so we have a different set of checks and balances than just the performance. I'll go for the one in the middle, and you can broaden it out a bit more now, so I'm conscious of the time. If anybody wants to pick up on any of the other report and account details or Remco, now's the chance. So the one straight down the middle. Three.
Good afternoon, fellow cooperators. Mike Headstone from Sussex. Just to help you out, Chair, we have been involved fairly recently in franchising. When the All Days stores came in, they did contain franchises, and we sold that business on to Southern. Anyway, my question: the successful 5 and 1, will that continue when we start paying traditional dividend back again, as promised in 2018? Thank you.
Very good question, and the answer is actually we don't know yet, because 2018 is still a fair way away. This again is another piece of activity that we're looking at in a slightly different way, the 5+1. It is a way of returning today monies to members, which originally we didn't think we'd be able to do to 2018. And again, part of what we will learn in this process of 5+1, as in the other things we're talking about, is what is it that really members want the most? What is the most effective way for people who are members to really feel they own part of the movement and part of our cooperative, and therefore what things should we be doing? And 5+1 is part of it. What we're doing with product is part of it. What we're doing in the social areas is part of it, and the dividend will be part of it. And I think to Steve's point, again, we're entering this period of renewal. We've sort of, we sort of saved ourselves. We've sort of rebuilt a pretty good platform, probably slightly faster than we thought we should. And now we're looking at things that can really, as I say, build something for our membership that's going to be enduring and compelling for the next 10 years. So we will see. But the dividend, as we talked about, we wouldn't probably start thinking about bringing into 2018. That is still very much on the cards, as 5+1 is on the cards. So we'll see how things develop over the next 12 months. 4.
Good afternoon. I'm Pat Thorpe from Yorkshire. I'd like to support my colleague from South Wales, who got up and asked the question about remuneration and reduction in hours. The remuneration was just repeated from earlier on. We all know about that. It's the reduction in hours that is more important, because if you get £10 an hour, it's sweet nothings. if you only get 10 hours a week. And a lot of people are actually taking a pay cut because of reduced hours, and that question was not answered previously.
Okay, well, I'll get Steve to pick up on that particular question. Steve?
Pat, thank you. I'm not going to be able to give you the answer that you want, but what I can tell you is that there is a program called Leading the Way, which is one of the two most important programs for the food team, that is singly looking at how do we remove hours that don't actually add any value, and we put that back into more hours for colleagues. What you say is what we know. We're working our way through that. And as Alan said on a couple of occasions, we are a people business. So without taking our colleagues with us on this journey, life is going to get quite tough. We know that there aren't enough hours in the source today if we want to do all the community things that we want to do, and we want to improve the shopping experience for members and customers. So it's on our radar. It's the second, if not the first, most important priority, and the team are working on it. What I hope is that when we are back here in a year's time, that you will have started to have heard from colleagues that it is making a real difference. And the talkback scores that captures how colleagues feel about working in our shops today were at an all-time high during 2016. So we know that we're doing more good than bad, but we clearly know that is still a big piece of work that we've got to solve.
Thank you, Steve. Christian, we got any online questions? Have you got any?
Yes, quite a few have come in, Alan. And also, thank you for your early congratulations, Ari, being called to the bar.
Well deserved.
Thank you. A question from Nick J in Manchester. He says, some of your big competitors regularly check prices of each other to compete. Why doesn't Co-op do this locally?
Steve, you want to?
Well, we do. We check thousands of prices every week because that enables Michael Fletcher's commercial team to get an honest assessment of the value that we're providing. So it's just part of how we do the business, Christian, happens every week.
Thank you very much. We'll go two. How we try two?
Sean Fenson, Manchester. Following your welcome comments on the cooperative bank earlier, cooperative banks internationally very often turn to their members and their customers when they're looking for capital. And the current process that the bank is going through, it is seeking funding to improve its Tier 1 capital position. So let us hope that in the likely restructuring that is going to happen as a result of that, that is respectful of the cooperative heritage of the bank and its unique ethical stance. I'd like to ask, if so, whether the board is ready to work with other cooperative organisations, including the Customer Union, which now represents thousands of cooperative bank customers, on the idea of trying to build a new, democratically controlled customer ownership stake in the bank in order to help preserve that heritage and those ethics.
Okay, good question. As I said earlier, we are, first of all, we don't own the bank. We're a shareholder, and therefore it's the bank directors to decide what is the best route for the bank. We're also very restricted in what we can say, clearly, because there's a process going on, and it's a process that's a confidential process. And as I say, I can't really add much more than what I've said. Clearly, one of the things that, as a shareholder, we would be very focused on is if the business were to be sold to another party, that party could adhere strongly by all of the values that we all believe in. That is something that we feel very strongly and will hold very much so in our thinking on the process. But I understand what you said. I just wouldn't be able to comment on it. Right? That's the point I would make. But well said. 5.
Hi, I'm Kate Eldridge from Manchester. I read the blog on the website about finding vegan products in stores. It recognised that moving towards a more plant-based diet can have benefits for personal health and the planet. The lower the meat, fish and dairy content, the lower the environmental impact. The more important it is that reduced meat intakes are replaced with increases in the quantity and diversity of whole grains, fruits, vegetables, beans and pulses. And customers are becoming more and more aware of this. So my question is, given the Co-op's forward-thinking approach to sustainability, how is the Co-op working to be a leader in integrating plant proteins across your range? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass that to Steve. You can handle that.
Okay, that's a very detailed question, isn't it? What I would say is that we're proud of the vegan ranges that we're developing, and we recognise that when you've got 14 million members and customers walking into your stores every week, that you've got to provide varied choice, and varied choice through right the way across the needs of our customers. We've got a great heritage in health, in clear labelling and changing things like antibiotic usage and colourants in food. I hear your ask. We should take that away and see what influence we can bring to help produce more of these vegan products to suit your needs and hundreds of others. And that has to then come together in the entire offer. One of the challenges that we have as a business is that space is a premium, and therefore getting, and this might just help most people, in a typical convenience store of 3,000 square feet, you're ranging around about 4,500 to 5,000 products. If we could stretch the walls out further, we would do, but we're going to have to find a smart way that gives us a really credible vegan range, as well as a great meat range and other meal occasions. One of the things that I know Joe Whitfield is looking at is a kind of a catalogue thought that's maybe a way that we can extend the choice that we have. We are very aware, though, that vegan needs is growing at a fast pace, but we've got a good track record in this space, in the same way that gluten-free has been growing at a fast rate. And now when you go into a Co-op, you'll see a whole fixture dedicated to gluten-free. I know that doesn't quite answer your answer, but leave that with us.
Good. I know somebody that was, Chris was going to answer a question on pay gap. I don't know where he is. I can't see. Yeah, Chris, do you want to raise your point?
Thank you, Chair. In lieu of the speech I was going to make, it will be reduced to a few points, but here we go. Firstly, the motion on pay ratios, which I think most of us have accepted. I wanted to mention the difficulty of gathering 100 signatures. I say 100 plus signatures because they need to be qualifying signatures. In respect to the process, and assuming that you're not going to do away with the 100 signatures as a requirement, can we please consider at least putting it online and giving us the chance to have an online petition whereby people can go online in addition to the paper submission, and then we can actually see how popular any issue is as it goes forward to the society, and it makes it much more reasonable for those of us gathering signatures to see where support is or is not. Coming on to the pay ratio, thank you for the support. What has been happening in the FTSE 100 index, we've noticed in the past decade or so, is that CEO pay has been racing ahead, whilst the pay of the workers on the shop floor has stagnated, and in many cases it's gone backwards due to inflation. Executive pay has rocketed from 47 times the average worker's pay in 1998 to 130 times the average worker's pay in 2016. And remuneration committees have failed to rein in this pay disparity. Now, I was unsure if a pay ratio could work, but on reflection and with further consideration, I can now see the logic of a sensible pay ratio, especially for a cooperative worthy of the name, and with our values and principles of fairness and equity, that setting a target for pay from the bottom to the top is actually feasible and indeed perfectly reasonable. And most companies do not have a pay ratio, but with recent political concern and about growing inequality, the focus is turning to governance and transparency. So we're pleased, obviously, that you're now publishing the pay ratios, and you've given us two figures, either 50 to 1, and with the bonuses, 100 to 1. Some of us might have views on those figures, but I'll leave that for others to decide. John Lewis have set themselves a pay ratio ceiling of 75 times. TSB have a current pay ratio of 65 times. And the Mid-Counties Co-op, I was at their AGM last week, I asked the question, they gave me the answer, and they said it was 52 times the lowest paid worker. So the motion that most of us appear to be supporting has then set the task to the board to report back progress to AGM 2018, and this motion expresses the feelings of members and is designed to give the board a nudge in the direction of fair pay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chris, I appreciate that you've done a lot of work on that and that you shortened that question. I really appreciate that. I think Stevie made it pretty clear. This is something that we're all thinking about. We're publishing it for the first time. It's something that we're very conscious of. We're doing lots of things. We work in a competitive environment, and we take your points on board. And as we go through this year, clearly this is something that will be high on people's minds. But as you know, we will hopefully we'll see that we all support this motion anyway. We think it's a very cooperative thing to do, but at the same time, we're just cognizant of the fact we live in a competitive world. I'm going to do a couple more questions, and then we'll make sure people get picked up, because we need to go to the motions and keep things going so we can pick on the other things. So I'm going to do 6 and the one at the back on the right there, because they've been up the longest. So 6.
Hello, my name is Jane Avery. I'm from Leicestershire. My question is with regard to the non-food electrical service, which I use mostly to trade with the Co-op group, and it's a very good service. And I just wondered whether you were thinking of expanding the service to offer Co-op members more goods that are non-food, because I'd like to spend more money with the Co-op group, and that would be a way I would be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. I think where we've been on that is it's not been a priority and has sort of been left to wander slightly. One of the things that we're looking at as part of renewal, and Steve's very much on this, is what is the role of that? What can we do with it? Are we going to expand it? Because we've either got to turn it into something or not, because at the moment it's not very strong, it's not very big, we don't spend a lot of time on it. So we ask exactly the same question, and as part of renewal we'll face into that, because clearly when our members use it, they seem to think it's pretty good. The problem is at the moment we just don't have enough people using it, but we're really not supporting it either. So that's very much on our to-do list for this year. And then the final one, if we can take the one in the right-hand side, and again for others, we'll just make sure we pick you up at the end or something. Just the last one on the end there.
Yeah. Hello. My name's Glenys Lee. I've got something nice to say. My charity I work for is Tameside Sight, and the Co-op have very kindly adopted my charity as one of its partners. So, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. We support over 900 visually impaired people in the Tameside area. And so we were due to close just after Christmas because of lack of funding. So the co-op has been a lifeline to us. The only small point is that our 2 local stores have just become McCall's. But we're trying to get round to that. And I'd just like to say how grateful we are to the co-op. And also to mention that the co-op were one of the first people to put Braille on their products.
Yeah.
If you notice, their bleach bottle says danger. So if you all want to learn your Braille and just check that one out. But I'd just like to say thank you to the co-op and all you here today and all the co-op members for saving a very, very worthwhile charity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good. Okay, so those that have not been able to, handle the questions so far, don't lose it. We'll come back to you in some way, shape or form. But we need to move on now to voting on the motions so that we can move into the co-op way piece, again, which I think there'll be many questions around. What we'll do is our normal. It'll take a few seconds for the results to come up as we vote. As always, there's always a bit of a lag. And we'll show all the percentages. Eventually, I think all the votes go up, but on the screen we'll just be showing all the percentages. There'll be because all we have to do, all the scrutineers have to look at the absolute number, so we'll show the percentages. Once again, we've got our famous electronic device. So as everybody who's voting should have one of these, so please make sure that you do. If you haven't got one, if you just look at one of the stewards, they'll make sure that you do have one. And we've got, as always, the independent scrutineers. This is the Electoral Reform Service of the RS, and they'll scrutinise the votes, and they're actually here at the meeting. All votes from members who've been already voted online or by post will be added to the votes that we cast as a result of this meeting, and then we'll result the announcements. All the items on the agenda are on a poll vote, so they just need a simple majority to be passed. So we need to do our normal warm-up to make sure that the thing is working. And so the test question is, do you think it'll rain in Manchester tomorrow? And the popular answer will be 1, which is yes. 2 will be no. And 3 is no idea, not prepared to say. So if you can try that for us, and we'll see if it works. This is always the dangerous time. So the poll's now open. And it's now closed. So with a bit of luck, we should get a number up. We don't know if it's going to rain in Manchester or not. Oh, it is. And the answer is, quite a few think it's not. So that's unusual. Good. So let's move to the first motion. The first motion is approval of the annual report and accounts for the year ended 31st December 2016. So if you press your buttons now, 1 is for, 2 is against, 3 is withheld. Poll's now open. It's now closed, and with a bit of luck, we'll get a result in a moment. Five seconds always sounds a long time when you do. There you go. So 98% for. So the motion is carried. Thank you for that. The next motion is motion 2, which is the Director's Remuneration Report. So can I ask you to approve the Director's Remuneration Report for the year ended 31st of December 2016. It's shown on pages 66 to 76 of the annual report. So if you could press now, 1 for, 2 against, 3 withheld. It's now closed. And again, that's motion carried 93% for. Motion 3 is the changes to executive pay that Stevie talked around. That's to authorise the Remco to simplify the incentive arrangements for the exec by adjusting the balance and design of the annual and long-term incentives, provided the total quantum that can be received for annual and long-term incentives does not exceed the amounts available under the present arrangements. So press now 1 for, 2 against, 3 withheld. It's closed. And again, the motion is carried 94-11 versus 589. So again, thank you for that, Steve. You can do your work. Motion 4, which is the fourth motion, is to elect Steve Murrells as an exec director. Can we please vote on that? 1 for, 2 against, 3 withheld. Polls now closed. And that's carried 96-3 to 3-6, so that's done. Thank you very much. The next motion is actually about me, which I therefore can't propose. So Sir Christopher Kelly, who is our Senior Independent Director, I think is going to do this one.
Right. Motion 5 is to re-elect Alan Leighton as an independent non-executive director, and the process is exactly the same before: 1 for, 2 against, and 3 withheld. Polls now closed. And the motion is carried with 95% in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, members, for giving me your support once again. One of the things I'd like to talk to you a little about here is that, as you know, since I've been appointed, which is now a couple of years, I donate all my pay to the foundation. That's the foundation's had about £500,000, have about £750,000 by the end of this year. The reason I do that is that it's really all about helping disadvantaged communities work together to make things better. We've got some really exciting news. We've really started to transform the foundation. We've got new trustees. Hopefully you saw outside some of the work that we're beginning to do. And we've just launched this week a new partnership with the I Will campaign. And that's all about the same thing, about getting young people involved in community life. Between our foundation money, which is largely the money I put in there, and the money that we've got from I Will, we've actually created a fund of £2 million. And that £2 million will go into supporting, young people in disadvantaged areas of the country and start to tackle loneliness, which is as big a deal for young people as it is for old people in the communities. It's really great news for us. It's been really supported by His Royal Highness Prince Charles, who I've done a lot of work with in the past, and I think it will just give the foundation a real focus. And so if I could ask, when you go out and look at the work the foundation is doing, because I think it could be something that we could really build into something good. Let's move to motion 6, which is all about re-electing Sir Chris Kelly as an independent non-executive director. Chris is the SID, the Senior Independent Director of our organisation. He's been tremendous support for all of us. He's a great support to me. I always say to him, he's the best SID I've ever worked for, so I'll work with. I feel like I work for him most of the time, but we should all support him. So for Chris, it's 1 for, 2 against, and 3 withheld. If you could vote. This poll's now closed. And Chris re-elected 96 to just under 4. So well done, Chris. So that motion is carried. Then motion 8 is political donations, and this is really, motion 7, which is the reappointment of Auditor EY. And this is to reappoint them as the Society's auditors, to hold office until the conclusion of the next AGM, and authorise the Risk and Audit Committee to fix their remuneration. So if you could vote on that, 1 for, 2 against, 3 withheld. Polls open. It's now closed. And that's carried 95-6 to 4-4. Thank you. Number 8 is actually the political donations, and this is to approve the motion on political donations as we set out in the notice of the meeting. It's similar as last year. So again, if I can ask you to vote on that, 1 for, 2 against, 3 withheld. Polls now closed. And that motion is also carried 78-5-21-4. Thank you for that. And the final motion in this first part is motion 9, which is on the pay gap. And this is to prove the motion on pay gap set out in the notice of the meeting. And again, can I ask you to vote now on that? 1 for, 2 against, 3 withheld. Polls open. Now closed. and that too carried 97.45 to 255. So thank you very much for that. So that then sort of concludes the first part of the meeting. And just a reminder, we're going to vote on the final 3 motions in the next part of the meeting, which is really all about this championing a better way. What we're really going to do here is, part of our campaigning, which we're beginning to build, is very much what we call the sort of co-op way. We've got 3 very important motions which are really good exemplars of this in terms of fair trade, modern savoury, recycling. And so Steve's going to take us through some of this, and then we'll go through the motions and again have an opportunity for people to talk about it. Steve.
Thank you, Alan. When we actually began our work to rebuild the co-op, nearly 3 years ago now, we knew that we wanted to put local communities back at the heart of all of our thinking. That's actually what's guided our approach to our new membership rewards, and something for you and something for your community. But there's always been more to the co-op, as you know. We're a business that wants to campaign to make the world a better place for you, our members, and we want to speak out on the causes and the issues that matter to them. We want to use our commercial strength for good, and we want to help others in leading the way. Now that we've addressed our governance, restored our businesses to financial stability, and launched our new co-op rewards, we're ready and able to return to being a campaigning society again. Before I talk about how we're going to do that, I'd like to do and share some things with you that will remind you about the issues that we've campaigned on in the past.
We are pioneers. The first to have one member, one vote. And we gave women the vote long before universal suffrage. The first food retailer to ban animal testing on all our household and cosmetic products. And one of the first to introduce Braille on our pharmacy products. We even broke the law to change the law when we were the first retailer to label our eggs from caged hens. In 1985, we stopped selling South African goods in support of the anti-apartheid movement. We were the first to introduce fair trade bananas. The first to produce entire ranges that are all fair trade. And we were amongst the first businesses to recognise and respond to the challenge of climate change. We are an organisation that is founded on championing the things that really matter to our members and our communities. And because of this, we will respond to those issues that others won't. We're the only major business that has so far stepped up and confronted the challenge of loneliness in our communities. Our co-op way shouldn't just be different, it should make a difference. That's a better way of doing business.
Now, there's a lot to be proud of in our co-op heritage, but where do we take our campaigning next? What's most relevant to our members, and where do we have the best experience to make a difference? We know that you care about where your food comes from. You want to know what farms we get it from and how it's farmed. And food provenance has become one of the big retail issues of our age. As one of the country's biggest retailers, this gives us particular opportunity and a lot of responsibility. And we've made the commitment to lead on this and support British food and British farmers. It's a surprise to most people, but meat imports into the UK have doubled over the last 20 years, hitting over £6.2 billion in value. Most of those imports come from the EU countries, and as we all know, trading relationships are going to change over the next few years. British farmers face a great deal of uncertainty, and so now, more than ever, is a good time to show our support for them and provide some welcome financial security. Earlier this month, we made a big announcement that certainly got the country talking. We're now the only major UK food retailer to sell 100% British own brand fresh meat as we switch from New Zealand lamb and Danish bacon. But it's not just in the meat counter. From our pork pies to our chicken tikka masala, from our shepherd's pie to our Scotch eggs, and the bacon in our BLT sandwiches, all will use British meat. So when we talk about supporting British, we really do mean it. We're not just hanging some Union Jack bunting around the store. Here's our new food ad, which will start to show nationally next week.
Take your humble pork pie, your beef burger, even your bacon sarnie. What if they weren't just delicious? What if they only came from British farms, 100%? So the food you put on your plate puts food on the plates of British farmers and every single person they employ. Their families, their communities. Wouldn't that make it taste even better? So from now on at Co-op, 100% of our fresh meat will come from British farms. No ifs, no buts. Just 100% British from your chilled ready meal to your pork pie.
Now, I'm delighted that we actually have with us today Myrig Raymond, who's the National Farmers Union President. Myrig, please stand up. I think you're on table 27.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Tell us actually what today's announcement means for your farming members.
Well, thank you, Steve. And Mr. Chairman, can I first of all congratulate you, your board, Steve, his team, again for an outstanding year of success over the last 12 months. I represent over 50,000 farm businesses across England and Wales, and I don't need to say to anyone how difficult farming has been in the last 3 years. But again, when I speak to the farmers, the producers who supply to the cooperative, these people are looking forward with a lot more confidence. We've got the uncertainty of Brexit, as Steve has said, but the suppliers into the co-op have built good relationships, collaboration, and this guarantee now around British meat. So they are looking forward with that level of confidence. Can I say a big thank you to the co-op for this commitment around British meat? Because again, the future is going to be about transparency, it's going to be about collaboration, building relationships, security of supply, Britishness. And nothing gives confidence to British farming more than this statement which the co-op have made in the last 3 weeks. And we thank you very much as a farming community. Can I also say here today there are 2 young farmers who are producers to the cooperative. And again, when I speak to the next generation, and it's their future that we are fighting for, but again, the word collaboration, relationships, long-term security, security of supply, Britishness, those are the words that will instill the confidence into the farming industry, which then will allow us to invest and produce an increased production of domestically produced food for the future. So together we can all win. So the message has to be for us to convince, to encourage consumers within society, consumers within the farming industry, to back this commitment and support the co-op and buy these great British products off your shelf. Thank you very much for inviting me here today.
Myrig, thank you for those honest remarks. So the co-op is the raw deal. We mean business on this, but we want to do more, and we're going to. From next year, we'll use only 100% British meat in all of our own label frozen products. This year, we'll extend the season on 15 different fruit and veg varieties, from plums and apricots, and blueberries to leeks, fennel to asparagus. We're going to source more British flower varieties, like sunflowers and sweet williams. And all of this means that we're going to boost our support for British farm products by an extra £1 billion, taking our total investment to £2.5 billion over the next 3 years. In addition, we're going to help farmers by committing to those long-term contracts for our fruit and vegetable growers. We're going to extend our lead on responsible use of antibiotics within our supply chain and identify opportunities to improve animal welfare. We can only do this by working in close partnership with our farmer producers, working with them, not against them. At the Co-op, we've always believed in working with our suppliers to create a better way of doing business. We also know that to secure our future, we have to embrace the talents and the dynamism of the next generation of British farmers, as Mireg has already said. Last year, we launched the Co-op Farming Pioneers programme. We're taking groups of young farmers aged between 21 and 35 through a 30-month training programme. We're helping to build their knowledge and their business skills so they can develop and thrive in a fast-changing world. In short, we're growing the next generation of farming leadership in Britain. The first group of 20 young farmers joined as Co-op pioneers last April. The second group joined in February. The third will start this October. Today, we're announcing our plans to extend the programme to a further 2 groups, so they'll have over 100 farmers on the programme through to 2023. Now let's meet 2 of them. Can I welcome to the stage Mary Ankers and Phil Pearce. Hi Mary. Hello Phil.
Steve.
Phil, got to start off with a couple of questions for you, if I may. Okay. Clearly, it's a big commitment from the Co-op. We'd be quite interested to hear what differences it's going to make for you, your family, and also your community.
Well, as a sheep farmer, I mean, the commitment from Co-op to go 100% British lamb is a huge commitment, and you know, it's talked about back home on the farm and around the community. You know, I think it's a very bold move for the Co-op to do it that no other retailer has done, and it is welcomed in the British agriculture. Really.
And are you getting all your friends and family to make sure they come and shop with us?
Yeah, I do spout about it.
I'm going to help now, I'm sorry.
Various places. But yeah, it is quite talked about. I keep getting people coming to ask me various questions.
And as Myrig said, farming faces lots of challenges over the coming years. Could you just share some of the issues that you're facing and that you're dealing with?
Well, recently sort of, you know, taking on more of the managerial roles of the farm and the business side of things. You know, running any business is always challenging, and to do that alongside the physical work that farming demands is always difficult. Nobody really teaches farmers much about business side of things. Everyone learns from their father and the generations about the work and that thing. And being part of the Pioneers programme is a great insight into how other businesses are managed, and then to take that information home and apply to our own businesses. Yeah, it's very useful.
Thanks, Phil. Now, Mary, you're a dairy farmer. That means that you have to work twice as hard as Phil. Just tell us what it's like to be part of the Young Farming Pioneers.
Well, firstly, I don't think it's necessarily harder. It's different. Certainly, we're tied to early morning starts with the cows. So this morning it was a 4:30 start to come here in time to get the cows milked.
You had a lie-in, did you?
Just about, yeah. But in terms of the Young Farming programme, it's fantastic. I was really excited to be part of it, which launched last year. There's 20 of us in our group, part of the first intake. We're working with the Co-op and getting the different management skills and tools to be able to run a really successful business, and it's great to have the Co-op's backing.
And what do you think we could do more to try and get more young people into farming than we're not doing at the moment?
I mean, I think the Co-op do a lot already. You encourage and support farmers to take on apprentices. You support Open Farm Sundays. Once a year, we open up our farms, and you know, you really do help encourage the public to come into that. And I think it's that engagement which you help so much with, that we can get new people involved. Through the farming programme as well, we've done a topic on succession planning. So I've been able to take steps at home. I'm now in the partnership, so it's great to have that backing.
Great, thanks, Mary. Could I have a round of applause for both Phil and Mary? Thank you. And if anybody wants to talk more to Mary and Phil, they are in the marketplace afterwards, so please go and have a chat. We're very, very proud of them. I want to talk briefly about recycling. as this also relates to how we think about the food we eat and how we sell it. We want to work across the industry to find new ways to package our products, because right now, it's frankly not good enough. And as we saw in the film, caring about the environment has long been a priority for us. Our aim is to make 100% of our food packaging easy to recycle, with an interim target of 80% by 2020. Last year, we were at 46%, and we've made some great progress in the last 12 months. Unlike other retailers, our targets are based on product lines and not weight, as this is how our customers look at packaging. 2 weeks ago, we announced that we were replacing the polystyrene discs in our pizza boxes with cardboard. You've got some of the new discs on your tables. This will stop 200 tons of polystyrene going to landfill every year. But our main focus is on plastics in general. A horrifying statistic, by 2050, there will be more items of plastic in the world's oceans than there will be fish. Let me say that again. More plastic than fish in our seas. Often, a type of black plastic is used by retailers because it makes the products look a bit more classy. But most local authorities can't recycle it. On your tables, you'll see an example of the new type of clear plastic that can be recycled easily, and that's what we're going to be introducing. We also want to inform and guide shoppers about how to recycle more of their waste and encourage councils to make it easier for all of us. So please support Motion 12. Give us the backing to really push ahead on this. So we're growing our commitment to British food and to British farmers, and you've already heard how we're supporting communities across Britain in many different ways. But that doesn't mean that we've closed our eyes on the rest of the world. As Co-op members, you've always cared both locally and globally. One of the most important ways in which you've expressed that global outlook is in your support for fair trade. If we hadn't listened to you 25 years ago, would other retailers have taken the initiative to develop fair trade in the UK? And we've continued to pioneer and lead since then. Most recently, when last year you voted that we increase our commitment to fair trade even further. We've done that by moving all of our chocolate confectionery into fair trade, and from next week, all the cocoa in all the Co-op products will be sourced on fair trade terms. That cocoa commitment will return over £400,000. It will return over £400,000 annually to cocoa farming communities in West Africa, South and Central America. Our fair trade sales last year grew by more than 18%, more than double the market. You'd think by now that the argument for fair trade in Britain was won. But when domestic markets get tough, or cheaper ways to demonstrate some sort of sustainability commitment are available, others start to see fair trade in a different light. We're delighted when others follow our fair trade lead, but less impressed when they opt for sustainable labels that don't give anything like as much back to their farmers as fair trade does. So beware of the ethical substitutes. What we see as global retailing responsibility, others see as a nice-to-have luxury. Sainsbury's has quietly dropped its big ambition to quadruple fair trade sales by 2020 and gone back on its promises to fair trade sugar farmers. Last year, it saw its fair trade sales decline. And now we do have Brexit and the uncertainty that it brings to anybody currently exporting to the UK. For our Co-op, trading fairly is not about looking good. For us, it's about living by a set of values and holding to a long-term commitment. Our campaigning for fair trade is the Co-op way. We want to keep that commitment, and by backing this year's motion on fair trade, you will give us the mandate to do so. It means we can extend our ingredients policy beyond cocoa so that whenever you use bananas, tea, and coffee in any Co-op label product, we know that it will have been sourced on fair trade terms. And it means that we can further develop the Women's Leadership School, which we've just launched in Fair Trade Africa. We are absolutely committed to focusing our fair trade strategy on the areas where we can make the biggest difference. We'll continue to offer 100% fair trade in those 6 most important categories: tea, coffee, bagged sugar, bananas, African roses, and chocolate. We'll also maintain our position as the world's largest seller of fair trade wine. But let me show you why all this really matters. What does paying a fair price actually mean for the growers and their families and the communities in which they live? Take a look at this film we've just made with the team on the ground, with our growing partner in Argentina.
When we first came to Tillamookee over 10 years ago, we found this village in the middle of the desert with none of the basic needs covered. La Riojana has been always involved in the community, helping people through the sale of the wines. But of course, the resources were very limited. Since we are fair trade certified and we started using the logo and the label, we started to sell more. We started growing with one of our customers, the Co-op in the UK. We decided our first fair trade project had to be bringing clean water to the houses in Tillamookee.
Es algo maravilloso el agua. Se morían las plantas, no teníamos animales, se morían las gallinas de sed. No tenías agua para el baño, no puedes hacer nada sin agua.
But that was just the beginning, because this allowed us to dream bigger. And in 2010, we started building the secondary school. Same as for the water project, the Co-op decided to double the fair trade premium. And so we finalized the school in 5 years instead of 10.
Les cambió la vida y la dinámica del pueblo. El pueblo tiene otra vida. El pueblo tiene otra vida, los chicos tienen otras expectativas.
Mis planes ahora futuro es poder trabajar acá como ingeniera. Todo lo que aprendí en ese colegio me sirvió mucho ahora en la carrera de agronomía, la que estoy empezando a hacer ahora.
A medida que va pasando el tiempo, nos vamos dando cuenta que el colegio de por sí es un motivador de cosas, nuevas ideas, de nuevas vivencias, y que la misma comunidad está inmersa en eso.
Now we have started to build a medical center with the constant support from the Co-op and the wine sales. And hopefully in 3 or 4 years, we will have this clinic ready that will cover 5 villages in the region with about 10,000 people that today have no access to healthcare.
Yo quiero agradecerle a La Riojana todo lo que nos brindó.
Now they have the tool to build their own future. And this is what fair trade is about. You give the people what they deserve.
El agua, ahora el hospital. Vos llegaste al pueblo y trajiste vida.
Ojalá que sigan realizando obras así para cambiar el futuro de muchas personas.
Our story does not end here in Tillamookee, but continues in communities all over the UK. It's like the Co-op, it's a bridge between our community here and so many communities in the UK.
So the next time you open that bottle of Co-op Fair Trade wine, remember you're helping to build a health centre, and you've already built a town secondary school, and you've brought them clean water too. In fact, you're going to want to buy another bottle because it tastes even better when you know all that. Now, you saw Walter Carroll, the export director for La Riojana Cooperative, in that film. We were hoping that Walter would be here. Unfortunately, he self-combusted in Terminal 2 at Chicago Airport this morning and missed his way through to us. And therefore, we're having to bring in a late substitute, which is Brad, who heads up our fair trade team. I'd like to invite onto the stage Brad Hill, Mike Gidney, the Chief Exec of the Fair Trade Foundation, and Adam Taylor, who many of you know, a member of our Co-op Youth Board, who's going to ask some questions.
Thank you, Steve.
Hi, Adam. Over to you.
Wow, the school in Argentina looks incredible. Just one of the great examples that fair trade is having an impact in communities across the world. Brad, you spoke to some members this morning about a recent trip to Côte d'Ivoire. Do you want to tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, sure. But first of all, I'm just getting over the film. It's quite incredible, actually, quite powerful to see how far we've come. I was actually at the inauguration of the school back in 2010. The water had recently been installed, the first intake of children going through. And that's really fair trade in action. That's the Co-op way of doing fair trade. But as you say, Adam, it's just one example. This morning was about cocoa, talking to some of our members at the Fringe event about the recent commitment and the impact that will have. So last week I was in Côte d'Ivoire, meeting some ladies who are just about to start in the Women's Leadership School that Mike mentioned. 24 women. There are issues in Côte d'Ivoire, West Africa, around inequality, inequity, and really the role of women is quite difficult for them to get really anywhere in cocoa. It's seen very much as a man's crop, and the women don't have land. So there's quite a lot of work that needs to be done there. It fits massively with our own values. It's all about making sure that there's a gender balance, and so it's something that we feel very passionately about. That project on the ground in Côte d'Ivoire comes as a result of the commitment, both through the premium being generated through the cocoa commitment, and also additional funding from the Co-op.
Amazing. Where are you going next with fair trade? What's next?
Well, for me personally, next, there's a visit planned for Ghana in September, but also Kenya, and I'm still trying to work out how to do both in one go. Really excitingly, I'm also involved with the work we do with the One Foundation, and something else, a very Co-op way of doing business. We've been talking to the One Foundation recently, having extended the commitment on One across the Co-op waters. We can now give more back to communities in Africa, and we're working on plans to actually invest that money in our own producer communities. So the first beneficiaries will be the Kwapa cocoa farmers in Ghana, who we've been working with for a very long time, and some of the donation through the sales of Co-op water will go to them, to the tune of about £800,000 over 4 years to bring clean water and sanitation projects to them.
Amazing, incredible. It could be argued that you're the expert in Co-op fair trade products. That's why I'm really keen to know which one is your favourite.
It's really difficult, actually. I do get asked this question a lot, and it's difficult because it keeps changing from a taste point of view. But what I would say is that I think the difficulty also comes because I don't just see the products, I see the people as well behind the products. So when I drink the Malbec, I see the people in Argentina. When I drink eat the chocolate, I see the people in Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. So I think I'd like to reserve judgment, but if I had to, then the chocolate bar on your table, which is the sea salt milk chocolate using the Ghanaian cocoa, the Malawian sugar, probably at the moment I think in our range is one of the best.
Great. I like the way. Mike, Steve talked about the challenges facing fair trade farmers. Do you share our concerns that perhaps others are no longer committing to fair trade as they once did, or are looking at alternative certification?
It's a really good question. It's a difficult time economically, isn't it, in the UK? And I think there are challenges for farmers all over the world. And actually, some of the challenges we heard in relation to British farming, one could say very much the same for farmers in the global south. The good news is fair trade sales are growing. They grew in 2016 again. Strong support from brands as well as out of home. So the concept is mainstreaming. Amongst retailers, I think we're going to see a sort of growth between the leaders and the laggards. And Steve's point is absolutely right. We all of us need to be vigilant to ethical claims, and that's where we require, and we will all of us need, really high levels of transparency and accountability. And that's where the Co-op's leadership is just so incredibly important. Not just because of what you're delivering today, every kilo that's sold, every bag of bananas, but also the message you're sending to retailers and to others to follow suit. And I just wanted to say a huge congratulations to Steve, the team, and to Mr. Fairtrade here for everything you're doing, because it is incredibly important today and for the future.
Steve also said they want to continue to advance fair trade. If we're already doing so much across the main category areas, how can you help us continue to lead the way?
Co-op's always pioneered, and I think the co-op way is the fair trade way. There is so much unity of purpose. You saw it in the film just now. And I think there are a number of things that it'd be really good for co-op and the membership to support us in doing. The first is keep doing what you're doing. Keep trading fairly. Keep trading as if people mattered. It's so easy in this sort of globalized world to think about numbers, margins, bottom lines. But what I thought was so wonderful about your film, the wine film, it's all photographs of people. It's people who make trade happen. And for me, I think what's behind Co-op, the Co-op way, is a community of commerce. And don't forget, the vast majority of fair trade farmers around the world are themselves cooperators. So you can create this incredible community. And then we can start talking about quality of trade as well as quantity. So yes, the volumes are really important, but also the additional support that you can provide. For example, with the School for Women Farmers in Ghana, it's the first of its kind. So you're doing the minimum standards of fair trade, you're doing that with real gusto, you're challenging others to follow suit, then you're doing additional support on top. And then the last thing I think we can do together is let's get campaigning again. You know, Brexit, globalization, there are many, many challenges out there. Poverty is still absolutely endemic in so many of these countries. Let's campaign together. We can change things.
Incredible. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, please, for Adam, Mike, and Brad. I frankly think Brad has the best job in Co-op. He's never in the office. He's never around where I need him, and he's always in a different part of the world. But clearly so important to our cause. I'd also like to thank the independent societies represented on the council, in the particular mid-counties, for putting forward the fair trade motion today. Please give it your support. I know I've been talking about wine, but I want to mention water just for a moment. In fact, this bottle of water that I've been drinking from this morning, many of you will know that for the last 10 years, we've donated 3 pence for every litre of Fairborn spring bottled water that we sell. That's now added up to some £7 million. And the money goes to the One Foundation so that they can bring clean, safe water to more places in the world, in particular Kenya and Malawi. We've helped around 1.5 million people through this work. And this year we've extended the Fairborn Springs donation into flavoured water, and that will increase our total annual donation to the One Foundation by 30%, enabling even more great work to be done. A month ago, we became the only UK retailer to be invited to join a global United Nations-backed initiative on clean water. The only UK retailer. It's getting international recognition as we start to really add value in these conversations. The final campaign I want to share with you is one that most of us, frankly, find difficult to believe is necessary in the 21st century. We think of slavery as long ago and long gone. But in 2017, there are more people in slavery than at any other time in human history. According to the International Labour Organization, there are thought to be 21 million victims of modern slavery across the world. That is staggering. This illegal trafficking in human beings is estimated to make $150 billion in profits every year for those choosing to destroy other people's lives for their own gain. And it's not a problem confined to poor countries on the other side of the world. Right now in the UK, there are more than 10,000 people, men, women, and children being held as slaves. Some were born in this country and others have been brought here illegally, most notably from Albania, Vietnam, and Nigeria. The Co-op was founded on the need to address these social injustices. That's why we're doing everything that we can do to make sure that human slavery has no part in the production or the manufacture of the products that we sell or the services that we use. Making sure our house is in order has to be our first priority. But we want to do more than that. We want to use our business to help victims of modern slavery become survivors. Survivors who are regaining the physical and mental health they need to rebuild their lives. And paid work helps to restore that dignity. And in the last few months, we've formed partnerships with 2 charities to develop the Bright Future programme. City Hearts and Snowdrop provide support to victims of human trafficking in the UK. Here's a film that we've made with one of the first people that we've been able to help.
V detstve by sa nedalo povedať, že som mal dobre, pretože s cudzíma ľuďmi nie je to rodina. Nebola tam rodina, nič. Opustil decák, my sme si našli rodičoch, no a začali sa tam problémy úžera, chudoba a tiež nezmierenie sa s osudom, jak cudzí ľudia s rodičmi väčšine vyhadzovať vonka. Ľudia, ktorí ma poznali, ujali sa ma s tým, že budem robiť sluhu za jedlo a za spanie. Hovoril, že prídem sem, že budem mať zamestnanie, že sa budem mať dobre. Ale mal som ako pocit, že možno si zmeníme lepšie život, že už bude lepšie. A to o ničom bolo nič. Takže tam tiež už som začal robiť ako na warehouse. Neboli mi poskytnuté nič z mojej výplaty. Umývať taniere za nich, robiť im sluhu, že sa to začne stupňovať stále horšie. On si už nosil ďalších ľudí. Som dostal od neho facku, kedy ma tak udrel, že mi krv tiekla z nosa. Tam už tedy som začal pociťovať strach, neistotu. Však on mi aj povedal, že som otrok. Nikto nevedel, aké som mal vnútorné pocity, že prečo sa to deje, prečo ja nemám nič. Už som rozmýšľal, že spácham samovraždu. Prešli 3 roky, aj 4 roky prešli, 5 roky, 6, až teraz v poslednom roku 2015 to vypuklo. Už som si povedal, stačí, dosť. Prišla mi SMS-ka od City Heart, že či chcem robiť cez Co-op. Som tam nastúpil ako na mesiac, na zaškolenie, na cvičenie. Prešiel mesiac, prišiel manažer a mi povedal, že mi gratuluje. Mal som z toho radosť, od tej doby tam delám. Oni mi pomohli. Už aj v práci už sa čudujú, že už lepšia zmena. Že nikto mi neriadi život, riadím si ho sám.
Quite a moving, but a very true and powerful story. In 2017, our goal is to offer 30 people like Martin, rescued from slavery, paid work experience and the opportunity of a job. We've already put 5 people through the programme, and we're delighted to say 3 have now started permanent employment with us in our stores and in our distribution centres, the start of a brighter future. If you back today's motion on modern slavery, we can do more and we can increase our commitment. But we want other retailers to follow our lead. We want to prove that this can be done, and it can be done well. Please support motion 11 on modern slavery. So this is the Co-op way, listening to our members, seeing the need, doing something about it, taking others with us. With your support today, we're back to being a campaigning co-op again. It's part of what we do, it's our heritage, and it must be part of our future too. We in this room can make it happen. I'd now like to hand back over to Alan. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Steve, and everybody. I mean, you know, the first part of what we talked about in many ways was the commerciality of what we do. You know, this part was really about the cooperability of what we do. And it always strikes me the same thing, you know, on fair trade, we've been going for a period of time and we can still do more, but we've been at it for a period of time and it's, you know, it's quite big within what we do. You look at modern slavery, we started off with 1 person, we're going to go to 3 person, we're going to go to 30 people. But it always reminds me that campaigning always starts somewhere. And often the most important thing is to start, because if you don't start, you never get anywhere. And if we hadn't started on fair trade, we wouldn't be where we are today. And if we don't start on modern slavery and some of these other things, you know, then we won't get to where we need to be. So I think it's pretty powerful stuff. So on that point, I think here's an opportunity now for us, you know, spend the next half hour just if people want to ask questions or make any comments about those 3 things, about fair trade, about modern slavery, about recycling, or any other things that people think that we should be campaigning on, you know, our good campaign ideas. As I say, we'll spend about half an hour on it, so if anybody'd like to start, please raise your hand and we'll get going. We've got some hands up, we can get to it. Number 1.
Thank you for a most engaging half an hour and 20 minutes and the knowledge that the Co-op is finding its way again. Can I first of all give some compliments? I'm one of the 50 pioneers who were appointed this week, and we spent the last 24 hours here engaging with Co-op colleagues, being indoctrinated, I think is the phrase. I want to say that experience was not only professionally well done and efficient, but it was done with pride and passion. And I think that's the Co-op way. My question is troubling me. We've made a commitment to British farming, which I much approve of, and I'm sure the Welsh hill farmers will be as delighted as those in the southwest, because, Sheila, we have a pioneer in Wales, okay? But Brexit is obviously concerning, not just because of the potential raising of barriers to our cooperative partners in Europe, but because it looks as though it could lead to an acceptance of lower standards of food production, of food safety, and many of the qualities that we've spent the last 4 decades establishing as a result of our membership of the European Union. How is the Co-op going to face the threat of this danger of dashing to the bottom with our competitors presumably not worrying about the ethical considerations of importing American meat full of antibiotics and so how are we going to maintain our ethical values in the face of this overwhelming situation?
Good question. Steve?
Thank you. Great question. The truth is we're on high alert, and we're on high alert not just in terms of the ethical issues, but also around food fraud. We know history tells us when things start to get really, really tough, people are sometimes encouraged to not do what they should do, or they end up going out of business. And those are the two lenses that we're very conscious of, food fraud and holding our standards. Mike Fletcher, who's the commercial director for the food business, has a team underneath him which is spending all of their time ensuring that what we say we do. And we use a variety of different codes that measure and ensure that the right standards and the right ethics are being followed. With those policemen, if you like, on the ground, it gives us more comfort that we're in the right place. But it is, as night follows day, something that we just have to keep ensuring that we are holding our standards and that we're not racing down to the bottom. I think by making statements like today and talking about the things that we do, and we've deliberately wanted to talk about the things that we do, because you've always said that we keep that under our bushel and we don't talk about it enough. We know that we are raising the bar, and therefore we've got to make sure that we don't dip and that we hold and we lead and we bring people with us over the journey. But it's very prevalent in our minds, and I'm confident that Mike's team will ensure that those standards are robustly maintained and enforced.
Good, thank you. 6.
This is my first AGM at the Co-op, and I'm very impressed. Just to say, it's not one of the 3 items there, but it's an item which is close to my heart and many people's, which is climate change. It would seem to me that climate change will have effects on all the motions there, plus so many other aspects of our lives in this world. And I just wondered whether I'd missed something over past years, but that it should be an important aspect of the Co-op's campaigning.
Steve, you want
to? Thank you. I'm glad you've enjoyed your first AGM. Let's take it away. I think, as Kate asked earlier on, are there other campaigns that we can champion? Climate change actually does have a rich history in the Co-op in terms of what we've done on the past, and we should view it and consider it when we look to extend out where we campaign next.
Okay. 2.
Thank you. Nigel Todd, I chair the Cooperative College. I want to congratulate the group on taking the lead in the fight against modern slavery. I've been an active Co-op member for slightly over 50 years, and I think this is one of the most valuable campaigns that the movement has taken up. Where I live on Tyneside, we have a major police operation called Operation Sanctuary that's been going on for about a year. And it is just absolutely astonishing what that is revealing in the way that slave traders effectively are exploiting women, particularly from Eastern Europe. So good on you for taking this up. It's been very clear to us in the college from the international work that we do in Africa, Asia and elsewhere, that part of the answer to this lies in having strong and sustainable economies in parts of the world where people are forced into becoming migrants and forced into the grip of slave traders and robbers who take away all their money, often on false promises about a new life. And we've seen from the film where that can lead in reality. So one of the ways ahead, perhaps then, is to look at how the group's campaign can be synchronized with the cooperative movement globally. I'm sure you're thinking of that, but I wonder if there's anything you could say about whether you've had a response or interest in taking this up within the International Cooperative Alliance, for example.
Good question, a very good point. I think we're, you know, as you can, we're at very early stages of this. We've identified it and really started to look at it, you know, what we can do ourselves. If we haven't, it is something that we will pick up. I think it's a very good suggestion. And I think it is a very good suggestion. I just think also that we're at the tip of this. You know, when you see, I mean, Martin's real. And you see what he's come through, and just by looking after him the way we do, by sort of making him a colleague, making him engaged, you know, that makes a difference. So, but we'll certainly, if we've not picked it up, we'll pick that up, because I think it's a very good thought when Steve talks about the numbers of people that this is affecting across the world. I think the other thing that we have to, which we do as part of all this, clearly in our own supplier base, this is something that we look at very, very strongly, and a lot of that supply base, you know, is outside the UK. 4.
My name's Graham Watkins from Peterborough. I'm here as an individual member, but I'm also a director of Central England Co-op. But you talked about this packet being the new packaging for recycling, but it makes absolutely no mention anywhere on the package that it is recyclable.
It's just a prop. Graham, thank you. Let me just reassure you, when we do start to bring it in, it will make it very clear to members and customers why it's important and that it can be recycled. I'm told it is on the pack, but let me take it away.
Maybe we do have a look now, so we're going on that way. 2.
Sylvia Jones, South Wales. I'm glad you're dealing with the packaging, because that's been one of my concerns when my authority is doing its best to get a very high record on recycling. They are very high in the scores on it, but the companies can only be better if the suppliers are better with the products that they put into recycling packages. So I'm glad you've taken that up. But I have a concern about fair trade, and I've been supporting fair trade since the cooperative started it. And I do a lot of fair trade hampers. I work with one of our stores in South Wales, promoting them everywhere, because I move around quite a bit, as those who know me know that. But I'm finding that there are not as many products in fair trade that I can put into the hamper like I used to be able to do. For instance, to look for a jam or a marmalade or anything like that, there's only one kind of marmalade that I can find. To look for any biscuits, you won't, only Kit Kat you will find that's got the fair trade, and there's a wide variety of biscuits there that will be better. Chocolate, I can get an abundance of chocolate to go in it, the black and everything else, the different kinds. I am conversant with them, but there is still a number of things that we cannot get in it. I know there's a list of some about 50,000 products you're supposed to be doing or something, but to find about 24 products that you can go into a fair trade hamper, you're looking for, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take the one at the back, which I can't see the number in, right in the left-hand corner. 1, is it? 4? 4?
Vivian Woodell, here as an individual member, but also a board member of the Mid-Counties Co-op and Cooperatives UK. I'd like to congratulate you on the pioneering work on fair trade and also more recently on modern slavery. It's really inspiring. And they show that we're an organisation with internationalist values. Some people have interpreted our support for British farmers as the co-op jumping on a nationalist or populist bandwagon. And the news, when it came out about British meat, prompted quite a storm on social media from UKIP supporters, Leave supporters and so forth, talking about this. I'd like to hear your assurance that it's not that, and it has to be seen in the context of the bigger picture, which those other issues have demonstrated.
You can absolutely have our assurance it's not that. You know, we've done this because, again, we think it's a very cooperative thing to do. For all of the outroar that was said that this is a really bad thing to do, there seemed to me to be 25 times as much noise about what a wonderful thing it was to do. And I guess, as always, the test will be, you know, how do our members respond? We're not sort of nationalist in that way, but you know, clearly we thought this would be a really good thing to do, that it was a very cooperative thing to do, but it's actually, you know, that's the way to look at it, not as any great statement about what we think about any one country versus another. I think we're very proud to be British, and we should be, but you know, we source product from all over the world. But in the farming sense, we thought this would be a really good thing to do, and it seems to me that's what our members think too. We better have an online one. Christian, have you? We've not had one for some time. What's the?
Hi, Alan. So we've got two new online questions. First one from Richard. He asks, how are we promoting the cooperative movement and behaviours across British society as a whole? And also a question from Dave Smith. He asks, how can we improve the process to explore and raise possible motions? Thanks.
Steve, do you want to pick those?
I think that the first question is a big, wide question. So this is the year where we start to have a conversation again with the nation. And that will form a variety of different executions. But in its essence, at its core, is starting to find a simple way that describes why we are different. Different in the way that we secure products for our stores, different in the way that we run the model of this business as a cooperative, not a PLC, and start to explain the huge lengths that we go to around helping communities here and abroad. And within all of that, whether it be a report on sustainability or the Co-op Way, our belief is that the more we can tell people what we do, the more they will understand our values and our ethics. And we'll now turn up the volume in this area because it is our compelling difference, and we have got the business off intensive care back into good care, which allows us to have that conversation. Up until now, as you know, we've been rebuilding the business, and we now feel confident that we're on firm foundation and we can start to talk about our difference. Christian, on the second question, do you want to just remind me what that was?
That was, how can we improve the process to explore and raise possible motions?
Shall I say one?
Yeah, Nick, you want to say one?
Yeah, so this is something that's being looked at over the next year by the council. We're having a rules review process that the original set of rule changes that we passed at the special general meeting 3 years ago called for. My colleague, Vice President Bev Perkins, is leading on that, and we've had lots of feedback about this particular process, and we will be looking at that as part of that work.
Good, thank you, Nick. I just think on our values and everything, it's not something we can push down people's throats. You know, it's something that we have to lead by example. And as we do the things that are the right things to do, and more people see that, and more people become involved in it, and we have more members who talk about what we do, that is how you spread it, you know. And I think we have the opportunity to do that now in a way perhaps we've not done for a period of time. And I think it's really also important, you know, you can spread yourself and do lots of different things. And I think we've got a nice balance now. We've got some really chunky things that we can make a difference to. And then on the other hand, because of the 1%, you know, we heard it early on, there are so many local community things that have been affected by the money that we've got passed. That too has an impact. You know, we've got both ends of the bookends, and I think that's the way that we should approach it. Let's go for 5, I think.
Yes, Stuart Parker, President Lincolnshire Cooperative. Very pleased to see a return to our pioneering campaigns in these 3 motions, and we're very happy to support all 3. In particular, motion 12 regarding recycling, question we've got is, can we also look at the need for packaging at all? I've got an example here of a British-grown swede, which nature has given its own protective cover, but then we go and wrap it further with a plastic cover. So maybe reducing packaging is also another way to help on the environmental question.
Good point. Let's go, is it 2? I think it's 2 there, yeah. You want your product to be out-coded.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ray Wild, and I live in the Peak District of Derbyshire. For those of you who don't know, it's a very rural area where there are a lot of isolated communities. For example, the village I live in, there are no shops. Go back to the 1960s, there were 13 shops, a bank, post office, and 2 pubs. Today, just the 2 pubs remain. Some of your competitors offer a delivery service where people can go online and have goods delivered to the door. Are there any plans for the Co-op to do this?
Steve?
So I'll try and, this is a big topic, so I'll try and do it quite quickly. We actually have a delivery service from about 300 of our stores today, but it's not a home delivery service in the sense of going online. You go into the stores, you pick your products, and it then gets delivered to the home. And that helps a lot of our elderly customers who don't have the transport to do that. As we've followed a convenience model for our food business, the economics of a home delivery service does not stack up. You need to be working on a value of considerably higher than £60 a basket for the economics to get you nearly to a break-even position. And our average basket size for members is about £11.50. What we are looking at is what partners could we look at that we might be able to have some form of box service for ingredients where people could get that delivered to their home. And we see that a far better route, finding a good fit of a partner rather than following what everybody else is doing, because it will just break the P&L. It will not stack up for us. We have trialled click and collect, where people have gone online and come and picked it up, and we haven't found that to work for us yet. Like all these things, all the great ideas are cyclical ones, and at the moment we haven't quite yet worked out how to make it work commercially, but we're still looking at it. In the meantime, we do have a home delivery service to customers served by around 300 stores.
Good, thank you. In the corner to the right. Yeah.
Hello, Ian Hewitt from Robin Hood County again. Actually in Sherwood, living in a co-op island of cooperation. We had 6 stores within a mile radius. That's sadly been reduced to 4 recently. But this is an old chestnut. In none of those 6 could we persuade the group to stock Zaytoon Palestinian fair trade olive oil, which was very much in demand and remains in demand in a fairly lively community that has got strong sentiments in favour of the Palestinian cause. Now, I made a big thing that we could do this, and for 3 years on the trot in the Central and Eastern region, we raised it, and each time the panel said, oh, we'll sort that out, and that included a main board member and a regional director, and for 3 years nothing happened. And I was told by the local activists, oh, just go down to the local Sainsbury's, forget it. Now, it would be really wonderful, and the bigger point is that it was impossible for a local store to get onto the planogram to alter the product spec, because I annoyed the local management enough for them to get me in onto the planogram, and then they kept clicking away and it wouldn't allow it. Now, it seems to me there's 2 issues. One, there's a local demand, And in terms of reputation, it would have been great to have done it in one of the 6. And the second thing is a responsive process that allowed the store range to actually respond to local need rather than be fixed centrally. And it would be truly stunning if we eventually get some Zaytoon fair trade olive oil in one of the 4 stores. I think I would feel that a life's achievement, and you know.
Okay,
so
Steve.
Please.
Yep.
Ian, does it come from the occupied territories? Because I'm wondering if that's where we are stumbling. So in 2009, the group decided not to take product from 2 places around the world that were in illegal occupied territories. One was Palestine and the other one was in Western Sahara. If it's not from there, then let me take that away and talk to the team. If it does come from occupied territories, that's probably where we are stumbling.
I think the situation about Zaytoon is it's an inspiring story. I don't know it all, but it's a co-op that actually operates across ethnic divides and actually delivers, fair trade olive oil to the benefit of local community. And it's a story that would play, brilliantly. I think, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know the geography.
We'll
but if
check
it is
it out.
in occupied territory, then it's under Palestinian control.
So we will need a policy change which has been in place since 2009 by the membership. It's not to say we shouldn't look at it, so let's take it away. But that's the reason why I think you're not able to get it at this moment in time. And that policy was actually even strengthened by the membership in 2012 when it said that we would not take any product from a supplier who actually produced product in those 2 occupied territories. As I say, let me take that away. On the piece on planograms, one of the reasons why I think food's done so well in the last 3 years is that we have a world-class team now of people using all the data at their hands to get right range, right store into our stores, and has made significant progress on local ranging. We've done that and we've made the progress because we have controlled those planograms. I know it's something, again, that the food team keep looking at, because for every 10 good managers that know what to do here, there are a few still that would cause more problems than good. Having control in these areas and getting the right ranges in is important, but when we're hearing from people on the ground locally, we just need to come back and have a look at that.
Good, thank you. 5, take a couple more.
Andy Piercy, Members' Council. I think it's great to see all the blue T-shirts around the hall. My question, fair trade related, are they ethically sourced? If not, they could be.
We'll take it away.
That is one question I don't know the answer to.
We'll find out, and if they aren't, we'll fix it. Good call. 6.
Chris again.
My name's Josephine Bacon. I'm on the Members' Council. As a journalist, I've written about modern slavery quite extensively. And there are 2 pieces of modern slavery that the government appears to condone. One is that servants are allowed to be brought into this country by people without any kind of supervision and any kind of control over the way they are treated and whether they are paid or not. And this has caused terrible hardship to people who have been brought over as servants by wealthy foreigners. And this is a law that has existed for many years, and I would suggest that the co-op contact the cooperative and Labour members of Parliament to try and get this overturned and make sure these servants are subject to the same sort of rules as British people. But there's another form of slavery that we haven't touched upon, and that is 0 hours contracts. And any form of like Uber and Deliveroo and all these people who make people work as if they were, as it were, self-employed, when in fact they're not self-employed at all. That is a way of getting round minimum wage, and these people are virtually slaves.
Very good point. In the one's room, I can't see the number straight in front of my hand.
Thank you, Chair. Pat Buttle from Darlington in the North East. Firstly, I want to congratulate you on all the visual images we've seen on these 3 campaigns. I think it'd be very good if we could take them back to our own areas and show them to the community, and it would be a very good advert, not only for the campaigns, but for the co-op movement. I'd like to touch on fair trade, Chair, and you probably know what I was going to say, because I said the same last year. The availability in our shops isn't as good as it should be. Now, I realise that our shops are smaller than they used to be, so there's a shelf space problem. But in Fair Trade Fortnight, the only thing that we had a lot of, and more than last year, was chocolate. And it was very hard demonstrating around our stores to sell more than chocolate because of the lack of availability. Now, this happens every year. It's not new. It's gone on for the last 20 years that I know of. Can we please do something about it, even if it's only in Fair Trade Fortnight? Because at one time, we had a block of fair trade products as people entered our stores. That's not happening now, and it makes it much more difficult for us to do a job which we should be doing, not just in Fair Trade Fortnight, but throughout the year. Please do something about it this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final one we'll take before we'll do 8, and then we'll just pick 6 up outside. So.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My name is Jim King from Greater Manchester, and I want to congratulate you on number 12 about recycling. I serve on the Greater Manchester Waste Disposal Authority, and we've been arguing there that we need to reduce the amount of waste. And you will look at some packages, something like 25% of them are empty, and they're driving those up and down the country and damaging the environment and all the rest of it. And I'm delighted to see that you're working with other organisations across industry. But volunteer organisations are fine. But we know what happens, don't we? Good organisations like cooperatives will carry out that agreement. But there are other organisations who will not. And the result of that is that they will be able to undercut us in trading, and we will end up like, in Peter's case, we begin to close down some of our shops. So I wonder, therefore, if you and those organisations are working to persuade government to do something about recycling plastics and the other forms of recycling. Yeah. Because that, I think, is the only way. You need to have a level playing field. Otherwise, others will just simply undercut us. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, that I think is something we can pick up. I think that also plays to why we're different. We can do things, and we do things, not necessarily for profit, because we think they're the right thing to do. We balance it up. But your point's a very good one. But I think the thing for us to do consistently is consistently do the right thing, and find a way in which we can do that affordable. And because in the end, if this is important and we think it is, and if we think it's a piece of differential and we think it is, if others don't do it, that's actually be a good thing for us, because we'll be clearly the leaders and unique in this. So at that stage, I'd like to move to the motions if I can. I think that this has been a very good session that we can repeat. We wanted to sort of separate the trading element of what we do from the cooperability things that we do. But I think, if you look at something like fair trade, that by doing the right thing, that's really helped the trading performance too. Our fair trade business grew by nearly 19% last year. 19% in a market that grew by 7 or 8. So these things all work in parallel. The point is you have to start somewhere, and when you start somewhere, it isn't that profitable, but you have to take a long-term view. And as I said, you know, our view is at the moment we're trying to build the next 10 years for the next 100 years, and that's the way we think about things. So if we could move to the last three motions and vote on that, it'll be exactly the same process as before, with exactly the same governance from before from ERS. And again, all the votes that have already been cast will be added to the ones where we go to, where we vote in the room today. And it's a poll vote and a simple majority, so all those things pass. So if we could start on motion 10, we won't do a test this time. If you could press your buttons, this is the fair trade motion, has been set out in the notice of the meeting. 1 is for, 2 is against, 3 is withheld. So if you could vote now, that would be great. It's now closed, so we should get a result. So that's carried by nearly 99 to 1, so that's a great result. If we move to motion 11, which is the modern slavery motion, again as set out in the meeting, same approach, 1 for, 2 against, 3 withheld. If you could vote now, that would be brilliant. Now closed, so again we should get a result. Again, 97, nearly 4-3 against, so thank you for that, that's carried. And then the last motion of the day, which is the recycling motion, again, as in the notice of the meeting, again, the 1, 2, 3, and again, if you could vote now. It's now closed. And there's the motion carried by 99 to less than 1, so that's good. Thank you very much for those. So that is also carried. That is the sort of end of the formal piece of the AGM. Before we go and before I wrap up, there's a couple of things that we need to do. We've clearly been through a member-nominated directors election. And so I'd like to show you the results of that particular poll. So we should have a slide up that shows the results from that. And you can see that Paul Chandler, who's an existing MMD, is re-elected. Congratulations to Paul, he's been a very, very, very good MMD. And Gareth Thomas, who you have seen the profile, is also elected, and unfortunately Pernilla did not make it this time around, but we'll encourage her to stand again. So congratulations to Paul and to Gareth. I'd also like to take the opportunity to say thanks to Ruth Spellman, who was one of the original MMDs and is stepping down. She's been 2 years, she's been a very, very good director of the company, and we sort of wish her well. There are a series of fringe events now outside, as well as some food One on recycling, one on modern slavery, and one on our whole approach to advertising, which I would encourage you to go and see. The marketplace is open outside, and we'll be open probably till around 3 o'clock, so there's plenty of food and drink to take with you or have now to re-establish your energy levels. I'd just like to thank you all again for attending. I think that in summary, we've made a lot of progress, but we're not complacent in any way, shape or form. And we believe there's a lot to do. We believe that we can achieve this. We believe that being a co-op has never been more relevant than it is today. We believe that's a piece of uniqueness, and it's something that over time, if we apply ourselves consistently to it, will be something that will be more apparent and be more engaging and more compelling for more members and more ownership across the UK. So thank you very much for your attendance. We'll all be around if you want to pick us up on anything that's been handled, and let's break up and have some lunch. Thank you very much.